Hello and welcome to Pabbly. So today in this video, we are going to discuss the top 15 Stripe automations that you can set up with Pabbly Connect. So we all know Stripe is one of the most popular online payment gateway using which you can collect the payments from your customer. And today we came up with the best of Stripe automations that are going to help you a lot. So let's have a look on some of them. So the first automation that we are going to discuss is adding the new Stripe customer into some other platforms like Shopify, QuickBooks or any other platform with the same details. You can automate the payment in such a way that whenever a new customer will be created in Stripe with the same details, that customer will be added into your e-commerce platform or invoicing applications as well. The next automation is adding the Stripe customer into GetResponse or any other email marketing platform. In this way, all the customers will always be added as a contact or subscriber into your email marketing platform, and they will be part of your email marketing campaign as well. The next automation is pretty amazing. If you're conducting some paid webinars using Zoom, this automation is going to help you a lot. So using this automation, whenever a new customer is going to make you a payment for your Zoom webinar or for your product, you can automate the process of adding that customer as a registrant in Zoom for that particular webinar. Completely automate this process. You just don't have to make any manual intervention in that. The next automation is adding the Stripe payment details as a new record or as a new row in MS Excel or Google Sheet. In this way, you can have a complete database, a complete record of all the payments which you are receiving using Stripe into the spreadsheet programs. And the last one is sending Stripe payment notifications to your team members on Telegram, Discord, Slack, or any other platform. In this way, you can automate the process of updating your team members for new payment. So here guys, these were just some of them, but in this complete guide, in this step-by-step process, we are going to show you how you can set up all of these automations by yourself. So without any further delay, let's begin.
Hi, in this video, we will learn to sync data from Stripe to Shopify. Now you obviously know this. These are two different applications, hence there is no data flow between them. In such cases, we need to bring a third app to integrate them both. So in this video, we will use a tool called as Pabbly Connect to integrate these two softwares. Let me show you how it's done. First, visit Pabbly Connect. Okay, this is our website, Pabbly Connect. Here on the website, click on Sign In. Obviously, I have an account in Pabbly Connect. You can build your own account in just 2 minutes. Now, look at the Connect part and click on Access Now. Now, this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Here, click on this blue button called as Create New Workflow. Now it is demanding a name. I am going to give it as Stripe to Shopify. You can give any name according to your own discretion. Stripe to Shopify. Then click on Save. Once you save, you will be directed to a trigger window. Here in the Choose app, change the webhook to Stripe. As far as the choose method is concerned, we have to keep it as new customer. Obviously, you have a ton of triggers like new invoice, new order, new refund, new charge, etc. But for the time being, let's keep it as new customer. Then click on Webhook Settings. When you click it, you will be redirected to the setting page of your Stripe account. Here at the right end, click on Add Endpoint. Now, here you will find a new dialog box. Now, this endpoint URL is basically your webhook URL. Go back to Pabbly Connect and copy this webhook URL. Then paste it here. As far as the description is concerned, we really don't have to bother with. The version will remain same. Now coming to the most important part, that is events to send. Select events to customer created. Okay, this one, customer created. So basically the idea is that whenever a new customer is added to Stripe, there will be a trigger. Then click on Add Endpoint. As you can see, the status has been enabled. Now let's try to bring the data from Stripe to Pabbly Connect. Moving back to Pabbly Connect, click on Capture Webhook Response. So it basically means whenever a new customer data is added to Stripe, it will capture it like a radar. Going back to Stripe, let's create a new customer. Click here at Customers and click on New. Add a name. I'm going with Diana. Email address is dianaprince23@gmail.com. Description, I'm not mentioning it. Billing details, let's say France. Address is E105 Dreamy Road, Lanterns Light. Postal code is 75001. City is Paris. And click on then Add Customer. As you can see, a new customer called as Diana has been created. Her email address is dianaprince23@gmail.com. Now let's see in Pabbly Connect whether the data has been captured. Yes, the data has been captured, showing the address city, the address country, that is France, the address line 1, address line 2, the postal code, the email of the person, email of the customer, and the name of the customer. So basically the first stage of integration, that is between Pabbly Connect and Stripe, is over. Now let's create an action window to integrate Pabbly Connect to Shopify. It's again actually a very simple process. Here underneath this trigger window is the plus button. Click it. As you can see, an action window has sprung up. In the Choose app, change the API to Shopify. The Choose method will remain as Create Customer. Then click on Connect with Shopify. In this pop-up, we have to keep the previous credentials as new credentials. Now we want the API secret key. That's the private app API password. For that, we have to visit our Shopify account. This is my Shopify account. Here, click on Apps. Then at the bottom, click on Manage Private Apps. Then click on Create New Private App. Give a name. I'm going to give it as W Shopify. Emergency developer email, that is your email. Now expand this. Come to the customers part. Okay, this one. Change it from new access to read and write. And then click on Save. Then click on Create App. As you can see, a new private app called as W Shopify has been created. Now scroll down, and this is the one we want. Okay, password, this is the one we want. Click here to copy it and paste it here. Now there is another blank called as Enter Subdomain. This is basically your store name. In my case, this is my store name, that is Pabbly. Copy it and paste it here. Then click on Save. Okay, so the authentication is successful. That is why it's showing this kind of blanks. Now we are going to basically create a prototype. In the first name, give it as Diana, the customer's first name. The last name, let's give it as the shipping name. And the email address, the customer's email address. Come down and click on Save and Send Test Request. As you can see, the API response is successful. Okay, so let's see whether the name Diana, whether the customer called as Diana Prince has come into our Shopify account. Click on customers. Okay, so as you can see, a customer called as Diana has been inserted. So basically, our second stage of integration, that is from Pabbly Connect to Shopify, is also successful. Going back, save this. Save this one too. So this is basically the whole process in a nutshell. There is our trigger window, that is Stripe. When a new customer is added, it will be our trigger. Then through Pabbly, it will be inserted into Shopify. Okay, this whole process. Now let's check for one more time for our satisfaction whether the system is working fine or not. Let's go back to Stripe, then create a new customer. Let's name it as Bruce. Let's give the email address as batman23@gmail.com and just click on add customer. Okay, the customer has been created in Stripe, that is Bruce, and his email address is batman23. Now going back to Shopify, let's see whether the data has been captured or not, the customer is added or not. Let's refresh it. Yes, the customer Bruce has been automatically added in real time. So basically, our integration is performing well. That means whenever a new customer is added to Stripe, his data will be brought to Shopify in real time. Awesome, isn't it? This is the magic of Pabbly Connect.
Hi guys, this is Pabbly Connect workshop. In this video, you will learn how to integrate Stripe to QuickBooks. So Stripe is basically a payment processing platform and QuickBooks is an online accounting software. So basically what we are trying to do is anytime a new customer is created in Stripe, that data will be automatically inserted into QuickBooks sales as a new customer. But the issue is Stripe and QuickBooks are two different companies. Hence there is no data flow between them. In cases like these, we need to bring a third app to connect them both. In this video, we will use Pabbly Connect to integrate Stripe to QuickBooks. It is actually an easy two-step process. Let me show you how it's done. So first of all, you have to visit Pabbly Connect website. This is the website of Pabbly Connect. Here, click on Sign In. Log in. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. So I already have an account in Pabbly Connect. You can build your own account in just 2 minutes. Now bring your attention to the Connect part. Here, click on Access Now. Now you may see a button called as Create New Workflow. Just click it. So when you click it, a dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give it a name. I am going to give it as Stripe to QuickBooks. Then click on Save. When you click on Save, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. In the Choose app, we have to change from webhook to Stripe. In the Choose method, we have to keep it as New Customer. Now let's go to Stripe. And here, bring your attention to the part called as Developers. This one. Click it. Okay, now in the Developers, you will find an option called as Webhooks. Just click it. Here, bring your attention to this button at the right corner called as Add Endpoint. Just click it. Okay, a window appears in front of you. So here it is asking for an endpoint URL. To get the endpoint URL, just go to Pabbly Connect and simply copy this. This is the webhook URL, also known as the endpoint URL you want. Just copy this and paste it here. Paste it. Now the description will be empty. We really don't have to be bothered with. The version will remain same. Now coming to the most important part, events to send. To do that, just keep it as create a customer. customer created or customer, yes, this one, customer created. So basically the idea is that whenever there is a new customer created, the data will be sent from Stripe to Pabbly Connect. Then click on add endpoint. Okay, so it is showing that the endpoint account has been enabled. So let's go to Pabbly Connect and click on capture webhook response. So what it will do is that whenever a new customer is added in Stripe, it will start capturing that data from Stripe. Okay, so click on capture webhook response, go back to Stripe, and let's create a customer. Here's the customer, and let's create a new customer. So I'm going to give a name. Let's say this time it is Dennis the Menace. So Dennis. Account email Dennis the Menace 123@gmail.com. Description, let's keep it as empty. Yes, billing details, let's change it to my mother country, that's India. 901 sector E. Address line 2 near Ramu Theatre. City is Bhopal. Postal code 462023. State is Madhya Pradesh. 9131323914. That's my phone number. Okay, the shipping details, let's keep it as the same as billing details. The time zone, not really important. Language, let's keep it as English. Currency, let's keep it as INR, Indian rupees. Tax status, okay, taxable. And tax ID, not really important. And let's click on add customer. So it is showing that a customer called as Dennis has been created. His email address is dennisthemenace123@gmail.com. So let's see whether Pabbly Connect has captured this data or not. Let's go to Pabbly Connect. Yes, the data has been captured. So these are the details of the customer. So he lives in the city Bhopal, the country is India, the address line 901 sector E, address line 2, the postal code MP. Okay, so where is the name? Yes, the name is Dennis. And let's see the email. Where should be the email? Yeah, so email is dennisthemenace123@gmail.com. So Pabbly Connect has successfully captured the customer's data from Stripe. Now we want to sync this data to QuickBooks. To do that, let's click on this plus button. When you click on this plus button, another window appears. This is called as the action window. Here in the choose app, we have to change it as QuickBooks. In the choose method, since we are going to create a new customer, let's keep it as create a customer. Then click on connect. Okay, so it is giving select your credentials. We have to keep it as new credentials. In the authorize application, let's click on connect. Okay, it is asking for a company. My company is Pabbly. Then click on next. Okay, so it is showing that the authorization is successful. Just click on OK. When you click on OK, a set of blanks has appeared in front of you. It is asking you to fill in those blanks. The purpose is that we are basically trying to create a prototype of the customer. Okay, so for example, in the display name, we are basically trying to map the details. Display name we have already entered in Stripe, that is Dennis. Then in the given name, let's again add the name, that is simply Dennis. Middle name not really important, family name not really important, company name, mobile number, email address, yes, let's add the email address, Dennis the Menace. GST registration type, keep it as consumer. Billing address, yes, we can add that. Billing address too. Basically, we are trying to map the detail, okay? We have got this detail from Stripe. Now, basically, we are putting in QuickBooks as a prototype. Address, city, let's see, city is Bhopal. State code, let's add postal code. This is the postal code. Okay, we have entered wrong. Postal code will come here actually. Postal code, address country is India. where we have, yes, India. Okay, since billing address and shipping address are same, we are not going to enter it. Then preferred payment method, let's keep it as cash, or if you want we can change it to credit card. That's not really important. So yes, so most of our data has been mapped. So let's click on save and send test request. Okay, the API response is showing that it has given the data to QuickBooks. So let's see in QuickBooks whether a person called as Dennis has been added or not. So we are in QuickBooks, here in employees, no. Here in sales, you will find customers. Click on customers. Okay, let's see the person called as Dennis. Yes, we have a person called as Dennis. So let's click it. Yes, we have got the details. Okay, this is the billing address, the payment method, and the email address. So the presence of this data shows that we have successfully connected Stripe to QuickBooks with help of Pabbly Connect. This means anytime a new customer is created in Stripe, that data will flow automatically into QuickBooks to create a new customer there. But for your satisfaction, let's check it one more time if the integration is working fine or not. To do that, let's go back to Pabbly Connect. And first of all, we have to save this workflow. Save this. Okay. Move up. Minimize this. Save this. Okay. And minimize this. So this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, we have integrated Stripe to Pabbly Connect, and then we have integrated Pabbly Connect to QuickBooks. So there is a data flow between Stripe to QuickBooks. Okay, so let's go back to Stripe and create a new customer. Customers, new, Willie. Account name is flash123@gmail.com. Description not really important. Address, let's keep it France this time. Random address 123. Second address near Park Street. Postal code, the postal code is I think 75001. City is Paris. Since the shipping details is same as the billing details, we don't have to be bothered with. Language, let's keep it as French. Let's keep the currency as dollar only. The tax status, let's keep it as taxable, and the tax ID, and click on add customer. Okay, a person called as Willie has been created. His email address is flash123@gmail.com. So let's see in QuickBooks a person called as Willie has been added or not. Let's go to QuickBooks, customer, sales, customer. Okay, so let's search for this person called as Willie. Yes, a person called as Willie is here, and the details are billing address, random address 123 near Park Street, and the email is flash123@gmail.com. So our integration is working absolutely fine. So from now onwards, whenever a new customer is created in Stripe, a new customer will be also created in QuickBooks. Also, you should know, not just Stripe and QuickBooks, you can integrate a ton of applications using Pabbly Connect.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pabbly Connect. Today in this video, we are going to integrate two software applications, Stripe and GetResponse. So the use case here is, whenever there is a new customer in Stripe, we want them to be added as contact in GetResponse. First, let us know what these two software applications are all about. So Stripe is an online payment processing software, whereas GetResponse is an email marketing software. So the issue here is that we don't have any integration between Stripe and GetResponse. That is where we are going to use Pabbly Connect, a third-party application software, to integrate them. So Pabbly Connect is going to help us to send data from Stripe to GetResponse. The best part here is you don't require any knowledge of coding. So let me show you this with an example on my screen.
Okay, so here we are at Google. So now I'm going to go to this URL section and I'm going to type pabbly.com. So this is Pabbly's website. I am going to go to products and here Pabbly Connect, I am going to click it. So now I have to sign in. Now because I have already signed in, that is why I am here. You can also sign up for free. So I'll go down, Pabbly Connect, I'm going to click on access now. So this is Pabbly Connect's dashboard, and now we have to create a new workflow. So now you have to give a name to this workflow. So I'll give it as Stripe to GetResponse. Okay. So you can see this dialog box. This is trigger dialog box when this happens. So this is the trigger step, and you can add the action step by clicking on this plus button over here. So now my aim is to integrate Stripe with GetResponse. So for that, first I have to integrate Stripe with Pabbly Connect, and then I will integrate Pabbly Connect with GetResponse. So first I am going to choose Stripe over here. Choose method. My method should be new customer. Now there were many methods available over here. You can choose whichever you want, and if you don't get the method of your choice, you can contact our team at admin@pabbly.com and we'll help you. So now you can see this webhook URL over here. So usually after this process, we need to go and add this webhook URL in Stripe. So what is webhook? Webhook is an essential way to get data from an external software at Pabbly's end. So you can read the instructions over here and follow it and go and paste this webhook URL in Stripe. So I'm going to go and copy this. So I'll go to Stripe. Now in developers, I'm going to go to webhooks, and in add endpoint, I am going to paste the webhook URL. So you don't have to worry about the description. In events to send, we have to select customer created. Okay, so I'll add the endpoint. Okay, so our webhook is enabled. Now we'll go back to Pabbly Connect, and what we're going to do is we'll capture the webhook response. So now it is waiting for webhook response. Now we'll go back to Stripe. We'll create a new customer and see if Pabbly Connect captures the data or not. So I'll go to Stripe. Now in customers, we have to add new customer. So let me create a customer called Casper Hamis. His email is hamiscasper@gmail.com. Description, you don't have to worry. If you want, you can also add the mobile number. Okay, so now I'm going to add customer. So we have added the customer called Casper Hamis. Let's go to Pabbly Connect. Okay, so Pabbly Connect has got the data from Stripe. So we have got the data. Now I'm going to save it. Okay, so now our first step is finished. We have successfully integrated Stripe with Pabbly Connect. Now our second step, that is action step, it is to integrate Pabbly Connect with GetResponse. So I'll add this, and now I have to select GetResponse over here. So this is GetResponse. Now my method is going to be create a new contact, because we want as soon as there is a new customer in Stripe, a contact should be created in GetResponse automatically. That is why I have chosen create a new contact. Now there are various methods available over here. Again, if you want a help to find your favorite method, then you can contact our team at admin@pabbly.com. So now I'm going to connect with GetResponse. Okay, so credentials, you don't have to worry. API key. Enter your API key. Make sure you add the API key string in the beginning. So we have to add this string in the beginning. So I'm going to copy it and paste it over here. So I'll add a space. Now you have to get your API key from where? You have to go to your GetResponse account. So I'll go to my GetResponse account here, and now I am going to go to my menu, and here you can see integrations and API. So I'll click over it. So here you can see API. So now we have to generate an API key. So I'll click on this. Let's give it a name as demo key. Okay, so I have got my API key. So I'm going to copy it. I'll go back to Pabbly Connect and I'm going to paste it. So I have pasted my API key. Make sure to add this API key string over here. So now I'm going to save this. So yes, we have got all this data over here. So now we have to select a campaign. So if you go back to your GetResponse, and I'll go to my dashboard. So this is the lists. So here I have so many lists. So if you want to add a contact in a particular list, you can select whichever list you want in our Pabbly Connect. And so I'll go back to Pabbly Connect and imagine I'm going to select it as Pabbly Demo. So now whenever there is a new customer in Stripe, I want that to be created as contact in Pabbly Demo list. That is this one. So now you can see there is 0, no contacts over here. So I'll go back to Pabbly Connect and now we have to enter the name. So let us map the data. Name, email, okay, email. Day of cycle, that means when do you want to send an email to the customer. So I'll select it as 2. So tag ID, you can select whichever tag ID you want. So I'm going to select it as demo. So now save and send test request. Okay, so now what has happened here is that we have got the API response. That means we have integrated Stripe with GetResponse. Let's go to GetResponse and see if Pabbly Demo has a contact or not. So I'll select it. Okay, so Casper Hames, our detail has already reached here. That means we have successfully integrated Stripe with GetResponse. Now let us do one more example and see if this thing can happen in real time or not. So I'll go back to Stripe. Let's add one more customer. So let me add it as Steve Stokes. Okay, so email stokessteve@gmail.com. Rest we don't require, add customer. So now we have created a customer. Now let's go to GetResponse and see. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this. So yes, we have got our other customer, Steve Stokes. If you want, you can go back to your lists and check if it has appeared in the list or not. Yes, Hames Casper and then this Stokes Steve. So we have successfully integrated Stripe and GetResponse. Here what would have happened is, first the information would have come from Stripe to Pabbly Connect and then the information would have come from Pabbly Connect to GetResponse. So now every time there is a new customer created in Stripe, it will automatically be added as contact in GetResponse.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pabbly Connect. Today in this video, we are going to integrate two software applications, Stripe and ActiveCampaign. So the use case here is, whenever there is a new customer in Stripe, we want that customer to be added as contact in ActiveCampaign. First, let us know what these two software applications are all about. So Stripe is an online payment processing software, whereas ActiveCampaign is an email marketing software application. So both these Stripe and ActiveCampaign provide native integration between them, but this native integration has certain limitations, and that is why we are going to use Pabbly Connect, a third-party application software, to integrate both these software applications. The best part here is you don't require any knowledge of coding. So let me show you this on my screen.
Okay, so here we are at Google. So now I'm going to go to this URL here and I'm going to type pabbly.com. Okay, so this is Pabbly's website. I'm going to go to products and from here you have to select Pabbly Connect. So now I'm going to sign in. Okay, so now because I have already signed into my Pabbly account, that is why I am here. You can also sign up for free. So now I'm going to go down and I'm going to select Access Now here at Pabbly Connect. So this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect and from here you can create a new workflow. So I'm going to select Create Workflow. So now we have to give a name to this workflow. So I'm going to give it as Stripe to ActiveCampaign. Okay, so I have given a name. Now I'm going to create. Okay, so now what we want to do here is we want to integrate Stripe with ActiveCampaign. But for that, what we have to do is first we have to integrate Stripe with Pabbly Connect. That is why I am going to choose Stripe over here. So this is Stripe. If you paid attention, this is the trigger step when this happens, and you can add your action steps by clicking on plus button over here. So now in choose method, I have to choose new customer. You can see there are many methods available over here. You can choose whichever you want. And if you don't get the method of your choice, you can contact our team at admin@pabbly.com. So now I'm going to select on new customer. So now you can see this webhook URL over here. So after this process, we need to go and add this webhook URL inside Stripe. And you can see the instructions properly written over here. So what is webhook? Webhook is an essential way to get data from an external software at Pabbly's end. So now I'm going to copy this webhook URL and now let's go to Stripe. So in Stripe, I have to select developers, and in webhooks, you can select in it. And now you have to add the endpoint. So I'm going to select it, and here you have to paste the webhook URL. So description, you don't have to worry. In this, you have to select customer created. Events to send is customer created. So I'm going to add the endpoint. So now you can see we have successfully enabled the webhook. Let's go back to Pabbly Connect, and now we'll capture the webhook response. Now what we'll do is we'll go back to Stripe, add a new customer and see if Pabbly Connect gets the data or not. From here, I'll click on customers, and from here you can add new customer. So I'm going to click on it. Okay, so now I have to add new information over here. So I'm going to add it as Hamis Casper. This is my customer's name. Email casperhamis@gmail.com. Description is not required. You can just leave all these information. But if you want, you can add the mobile number. So I'm going to add the mobile number. Okay, so now I can add the customer. So I have successfully added a customer over here. Let's go to Pabbly Connect and see if it has captured the data or not. So I am here. Yes, you can see we have got the data, Casper Hamis, Hamis Casper. So we have successfully integrated Stripe with Pabbly Connect. We have finished our first step. So now I am going to save this. Let's click on plus button. And now this is the action step. So what I'm going to do is now we have to integrate Pabbly Connect with ActiveCampaign. So I'm going to select ActiveCampaign here. So this is ActiveCampaign. Now in choose method, I have to select create a contact. So there are many methods available here. Again, you can select whichever you want. And if you don't get the method of your choice, you can contact our team at admin@pabbly.com. So I'm going to connect it with ActiveCampaign. So credentials, don't worry about it. API key. So you can see the instructions. Log into your ActiveCampaign account. Click on your settings tab on the left sidebar area and select developers tab from the drop down menu. You will find the API key. So let's go to ActiveCampaign account. This is my ActiveCampaign account. Now I have to go to settings. So in settings, you have to select on developer. So now you can see this developer settings over here. You can see the URL and the API key. So now it was asking me both API key and the URL. So I'll go back. First, I'm going to copy the API key. So I'm going to copy this, go back to Pabbly Connect and paste it over here. So now URL, you can read the instructions over here. So now we'll go back. So this is my URL. So I'm going to copy it from here. Okay, from my name. So I'm going to copy this. I'll go back to Pabbly Connect and I'm going to paste it over here. So I have pasted the API key as well as my URL. So I'm going to save this. Pabbly Connect has got the data from ActiveCampaign. So email, let us map the data. So email is casperhamis@gmail.com. So now first name, let's map the data. So name is here. Last name is not required. Phone number, let's get the phone number. So phone number is here. So we have successfully entered all the data. Now let us save and send test request. Okay, so you can see we have got the API response. That means we have successfully integrated Pabbly Connect with ActiveCampaign. So now I'm going to save this. So now let us go back to ActiveCampaign and see if a contact called Hamis Casper is created or not. So I'll go to ActiveCampaign, and now I have to go to contacts. You can see Hamis, Casper, Hamis, phone number, everything is here. So we have successfully integrated Stripe with ActiveCampaign. Now let us understand this with one more example. So we'll again add a new customer in Stripe and let us see if ActiveCampaign gets the data in real time or not. So I'll go to Stripe. Let me create a customer, new customer. So let me create a new customer this time. Okay, email. Okay, now I'll add the number. Okay, so now I'm going to add the customer. So you can see we have successfully added the customer. Now let's go to ActiveCampaign and see if a new contact is created or not. So here is ActiveCampaign. I am going to refresh this. Yes, you can see Darius is over here, email is here, name is here, number is here. So we have successfully integrated Stripe with ActiveCampaign. Now every time a new customer is created in Stripe, the data will automatically come into Pabbly Connect and then a new contact will be created in ActiveCampaign.
Hi guys, welcome to Pabbly Connect workshop. So in this video, we will learn how to integrate Stripe and Wave. Our use case is pretty simple. When new customer is created in Stripe, it will create a new customer also in Wave. Now Stripe is an online payment processing platform and Wave is an online accounting software. So what we are going to do is, we are going to send the data from Stripe to Wave. But there is one minor problem. Stripe and Wave are two different applications. Hence there is no data flow between them. So in cases like these, we need to bring a third app to connect them both. So in this video, we will use Pabbly Connect to integrate Stripe and Wave. And the best part of using Pabbly Connect is, there is no need for coding skills or programming language. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen. Okay, so to begin the process, first type pabbly.com in your browser. Pabbly.com. Press enter. Okay, so this is the website of Pabbly. Here, hover on products and get to the option called as Connect. Okay, at the bottom you will find the option called as Connect. Click this. Then click on Sign In. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have an account in Pabbly Connect. You can build your own account in just 2 minutes. Here I would like to mention one more thing, that Pabbly Connect offers a free plan where this integration can be tried out absolutely free. So if you want, you can create your own account just now and set up your own automation. The link is available in the description box. Actually, I would insist that you try this automation with me. It's actually pretty fun. Okay, so come to this part called as Connect and here click on Access Now. Then go to this part called as Create Workflow. Click this button. Okay, so a dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm going to give it as Stripe to Wave. Then click on Create. So when you click on Create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. Here in the Choose app, let's make it as Stripe. In the Choose method, since we are interested in sending the data of a new customer, let's keep it as New Customer. Now new customer is basically a trigger. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger? Trigger is a if statement. It asks a question, if the condition is met, what should be done? For example, if the new customer is created, then what action should be taken by the system? Actually, there are many more triggers like new invoice, new order, new refund, new plan, new invoice item, and so on. However, in case if you don't find the trigger of your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com for the specific trigger that you want to make. But at present, I'm only interested in sending the data when a new customer is made. Okay, so what we are trying to do is, we are trying to connect Stripe and Pabbly Connect. So let me show you my Stripe account. So this is my Stripe account. And since we are interested in integrating Stripe to Pabbly Connect, let's go to this part called as Developers. Click this and then go to Webhooks. Here at the right corner, you will find a button called as Add Endpoint. Click this.
Okay, so this is the window of endpoint. Here we have to enter the endpoint URL in this blank. So to get the endpoint URL, just go to Pabbly Connect and copy this. This is the webhook URL or the endpoint URL you want and paste it here. But before you paste it, just remove the HTTP part and paste it. The description will remain empty, the version will remain same, and comes the most important part, events to send. So our event is very simple. When a new customer is created, it will start sending the data. So let's create the event as customer created. Customer created, this one. Then click on add endpoint. Okay, so it is showing that the status has been enabled. Okay, so this means that Pabbly Connect is now integrated with Stripe. So let's see whether Pabbly Connect can capture any data from Stripe. So to do that, let's go to Pabbly Connect and click on this button called as Capture Webhook Response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing that it is waiting for the data. So we are going to create a dummy customer in Stripe. So let's go to customers and let's create a customer in Stripe. So the name of the customer is Denny and the account email is dennyjack123@gmail.com. The description, okay, so as you can see, there is no option for mentioning the last name. So in the description, we are going to mention the last name. Okay, so the last name of Denny is actually James. No, let's say Jack. Okay, that would do. And the billing details in the country, let's make it as India. You can make it your country according to your discretion. Okay, so in the address line 1. So as you can see, again, we don't have any option for the corporation or the company that Denny owns. So in the address line 1, we are going to mention the corporation or the company in which Denny works. Okay, so Denny works in, let's say, AZX company. And this AZX company is in, let's say, near DLF market. And the city is, let's say, Bhopal. The postal code is 462023. The state is Madhya Pradesh. And the number is 9131323913. Okay. The time zone is, we are not keeping any time zone. The language, let's say, is English. That would do. The currency, let's keep it as US dollars. The tax status is taxable. The tax ID is just random. Then click on Add Customer. Okay, so a person called as Denny has been created. And her customer email address is dennyjack123@gmail.com. And the description and the last name is Jack. Okay, so let's see whether Pabbly Connect has captured this data or not. So let's go and see Pabbly Connect. Yes, the data has been captured. So the address line 1, it is showing the company name, AZX company. The address line 2 near DLF market. This is the postal code. This is the state or the province where she's from. The currency is USD in lowercase. Okay, remember this, it's in lowercase. The description, it is showing the last name as Jack, and this is the email address, dennyjack123@gmail.com. And this is the name, and this is the phone number. And this is the address city, Bhopal. Okay, so all the data has been captured into Pabbly Connect. Now we have to sync this data to Wave. But before we sync in the data, let me tell you something. As you can see, the currency is in lowercasing, and the currency format that Wave prefers is uppercase. So if we try to sync the currency in lowercase, the format won't accept it. So first we have to convert the currency format from lowercasing to uppercasing. See, it is in lowercasing. We have to convert it to uppercasing. So to convert that, first of all, just click on this plus button. Okay, so this window that has appeared is called as the action window. Here in the choose app, let's make it as text formatter. This one. In the choose method, it has basic formatting, text basic formatting. Then click on connect with text formatter. Okay, so in the string required, since we are interested in changing the casing of our currency, that was a USD. So let's map in the detail. So the currency was USD. Okay, so we want to transform this into uppercasing. It is actually in lowercasing. Okay, as you can see, it's in lowercasing, but Wave prefers the format in uppercasing. Okay, so we are going to transform it. So click on save and send test request. Okay, yes, we have got the data in uppercasing. The result is USD in uppercasing. So we are now ready to sync all of our data to Wave. So to do that, just click on this plus button. So again, an action window appears. Here this time, let's make it as Wave. The choose app, let's make it as Wave. In the choose method, since we are interested in creating a customer, let's click on create a customer. Now create your customer is again an action. There are many more actions like create invoice, send invoice, and create product or service, and more and more. Similarly, like triggers, if you don't find the action of your choice, you can request at admin@pabbly.com to build a custom action for you. Okay. So at present, I'm interested in just creating a customer. So click on create a customer. Then click on connect with Wave. In new credentials, just click on connect with Wave. Okay, so it is asking permission for the access. Just click on access now, allow access. Okay, so while Wave is connecting with Pabbly Connect, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. Okay, so just click on OK. Authorization is successful. So in the business, it is showing as Pabbly. That is because that is the name of my account, that is Pabbly. Okay. So in the customer or the business name, we are going to map in the detail. So this is called as the mapping button. And the business name, we are going to type in the description. No, we are going to type in the corporation. Okay. So it was, I think, what was our description? Yes. AZX company. That was in the address line 1 because Stripe didn't have any field for customer or business name. Okay, so in the first name we are going to map in the first name, that was Tini. Okay, the last name again we are going to map through description because there was no field for the last name. The email we are going to map in the email, that is dinijack123@gmail.com. Mobile or phone number, where was the phone number? So starting with 9. Yes, so we have mapped that too. Fax not really important, website not really important, currency, yes, we are going to map in the currency. The currency was USD. Okay, we have mapped it, but this is wrong. Actually, I have mentioned it, we want the format in this. Okay, uppercasing. This is in lowercasing. So just delete this first, and then we are going to map the actual currency that is in uppercasing. So that should be in API 2. Yes, this is the currency we want, USD. Okay. So in the address line 1, again, we are going to just map in the address line 1, that is AZX company. Address line 2, let's see, address line 2. Okay. The city was, I think, Bhopal. Bhopal was the city. Yeah, city was Bhopal. So in the province, you have to take extra attention. We want a format something like this. First, we will type our country's name, that is IN, then enter a dash, then we will mark the province. Okay, province was MP, I think, Madhya Pradesh. Okay, done. Then we are going to map again the country, IN, that is for India. The postal code, that was 4620 and 23. Yes. Then click on save and send test request. Okay, so it is showing, the API response is showing that the person called as Dini has been created in Wave. So let's see in our Wave account whether we have a person called as Dini. Let's go to our customer. Yes, we have a person called as Dini. So the company name is AZX company, and this is Dini Jackson. So the presence of this contact or the customer shows that we have connected Stripe to Wave. This means anytime a customer is created in Stripe, it will create a customer in Wave. But to double check it if the integration is working fine or not, let's make one more dummy customer in Stripe. So, but before that, let me show you the whole gist of the process. It's actually pretty important. So we are going to minimize all our action windows. Then we are going to minimize our trigger window. So this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, you integrated Stripe to Pabbly Connect. Then you integrated Pabbly Connect to text formatter. The reason is that first you converted the lowercasing to uppercasing in case of our currency, and then you integrated to Wave. Okay, so now there is a perfect flow of data between webhook, text formatter, and Wave. Okay, so let's go and make one more customer. So this time the name is Terry Cruz, and the account is terry123dlf@gmail.com. Just something random, that's all.
The description is Hawaii. Her Terry Crews last name is Hawaii. And the country is he's from, let's say, India again. The address line is so he works in this company called as Zen. Okay, Zen company. Okay, that would do. So address line 1 is near Random Theater. The city is Bhopal. The postal code is 462023 or something. The state is Madhya Pradesh. 9131323913 or something random numbers. That's all. The language is English. Let's go with English. Currency is a United States dollar. Let's keep it as United States dollar. Tax status, taxable, tax ID, just random. Click on add customer. Okay, a person called as Terry Crews has been created, and the customer ID, the customer's email is terry123dlf@gmail.com. So let's see in Wave whether we have a customer called as Terry Crews or not. See Terry, yes, there is a person called as Terry Crews Hawaii, and he works in the company called as Zen Company. So our integration is working absolutely fine. So this means whenever a new customer is created in Stripe, a customer will be automatically created in Wave.
Hi guys, welcome to Pabbly Connect workshop. So in this video, we will learn how to integrate Stripe and ConvertKit. Our use case is pretty simple. When a new subscriber is added in Stripe, it will tag a subscriber in ConvertKit. Now Stripe is an online payment processing platform and ConvertKit is an email marketing tool. So what we are going to do is, we are going to send the data from Stripe to ConvertKit. But there is one minor problem. The integration between Stripe and ConvertKit is actually very limited. In cases like these, we need to bring a third app to connect them both. So in this video, we will use Pabbly Connect to integrate Stripe and ConvertKit. And the best part of using Pabbly Connect is, there is no need for coding skills or programming language. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen.
Okay, so to begin the process, first type pabbly.com in your browser. Pabbly.com. Press enter. Okay, so this is the website of Pabbly. Here go to hover on products and click on connect. Okay, at the bottom you will find the option called as connect. Click this. Then click on sign in. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have an account in Pabbly Connect. You can build your own account in just 2 minutes. Now, here I would like to mention one more thing, that Pabbly Connect offers a free plan where this integration can be tried out absolutely free. So if you want, you can create a free account right now and set up your automation with me. The link is available in the description box. Actually, I would like to insist that you try this automation with me. It's actually pretty fun. Okay, so scroll down and you will find the option called as connect. Click on access now here. At the right corner, you will find a button called as create workflow. Click this. So a dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm going to give it as Stripe to ConvertKit. Stripe to ConvertKit. Okay, then click on create. So when you click on create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. Here in the choose app, let's make it as Stripe. In the choose method, since we are interested when a new charge is made in Stripe, the data should be sent. So let's make the trigger as new charge. Now, new charge is basically a trigger. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger? Trigger is a if statement. It asks a question, if the condition is met, what should be done? For example, if new charge is created, then what action should be taken by the system? Actually, there are many more triggers like new customer, new invoice, new order, new coupon, and so on. However, in case if you don't find the trigger of your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com for the specific trigger that you want to make. But at present, I am interested in sending the data when a new charge is made in Stripe. Okay, so what we are trying to do is, we are trying to connect Stripe to Pabbly Connect. So let me show you my Stripe account. Okay, so this is my Stripe account. Since we are interested in integrating Stripe to Pabbly Connect, let's go to this part called as developers. Click this. Then click on webhooks. Here at the right corner, you will find a button called as Add Endpoint. Click this. Okay, so this is the window of Add Endpoint. Here you have to paste an endpoint URL. In this blank, you have to paste the endpoint URL. So where we are going to get the endpoint URL? Let's go to Pabbly Connect for that and copy this. This is the webhook URL or the endpoint URL you want. Copy this and paste it. Before pasting it, just remove this HTTP part and paste it here. Paste it here. Okay, so the description will remain empty, the version will remain same, and coming to the most important part, events to send. So we want to send the data when a new charge is made or a charge is succeeded. So let's make the event as charge succeeded or captured charge succeeded. That would do. Then click on Add Endpoint. Okay, so it is showing that the status has been enabled. So basically what it means that we have now connected Stripe to Pabbly Connect. Now let's see whether Pabbly Connect can capture any data from Stripe. So to do that, let's go to Pabbly Connect and click on this button called as Capture Webhook Response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for a data. So let's create a dummy payment in Stripe. So let's go to payment and let's create a dummy payment. Okay, so the amount is let's say 120. The currency is, let's keep it as US dollar. Now we are going to add a customer, a dummy customer. The name of the customer is Jasmine Lily. Jasmine Lily is the name of the person, and the account email is jasmine1234ert@gmail.com. Something random, that's all. The description, let's keep it as let's party. Something random that's coming to my mind, that's all. Let's party. The billing country, let's keep it as France. I love France. The address line one is E105 near Boulevard Road. Change the spelling to Boulevard and Road. Okay, sorry about that. Near Random Village. Postal code is 75001. City is Paris. So the phone number is 9131323915, something random again. So the time zone is let's keep it as none. The language is French. We have French. Yes, there is French. The currency, let's keep it as Swiss franc. Okay. The tax status is taxable. The tax ID is just random. Then click on Add Customer. Okay, a customer has been created. Then in the description, just type some name or something. The statement descriptor is let's keep it as Pabbly, because this is the account of Pabbly. Okay. The payment method, I'm going to enter a dummy payment account number 4242. Wait a minute. 424242424242. 424242. Okay, so that would do. Then click on Submit Payment. Okay, so a payment of $120 has been made. Okay, so let's see whether Pabbly Connect has captured this data, because Pabbly Connect is now integrated with Stripe. So let's go to Pabbly Connect. Yes, the data has been captured. So as you can see, this is the amount. It's actually showing in decimal form. Okay, the whole $120 is showing in full decimal form. Now the rest of the details. So let's see the name. No, we want the rest of the details. So this is the US, means US dollars, the credit card, Visa, card details, and so as you can see, the email is showing as empty, the name field is showing as empty, and the address field is showing as also returning as empty. That is because Stripe only provide charge information like credit card details, currency, and amount. My point is, we are not getting the details, the important details, the customer details like name, phone, and the email. So without these details, we can't fill a subscriber in ConvertKit. So in cases like these, we need to retrieve the customer information that we had filled. So your obvious question is how we are going to retrieve that information. It's actually pretty easy. To do that, just click on this plus button. So when you click on this plus button, another window opens up. This is called as the action window. Here in the choose app, let's make it as Stripe again because we want to retrieve the information from Stripe. So Stripe it is. In the choose method, since we are interested in retrieving the information of the customer, let's keep the action as retrieve a customer. Then click on connect with Stripe. Okay, in new credentials, we have to fill the token blank. To get the token blank, let's go to our Stripe account. Cancel this. Okay, so let's go to this part again called as developers. Click this, then click on API keys. Okay, so this is the key we want. Okay, so reveal the token key and copy this. Copy this and paste it here. Then click on save. So there is no need for that. Okay, then click on save. So in the customer ID, we are going to map in the customer ID. So to retrieve the information, we should know the customer ID. So it must be showing somewhere here, the customer ID. So where is our customer ID, customer ID, customer ID? No, not this one, not this one, not this one, not this one. Yeah, this is the customer ID. Okay, it is showing data object customer. So whole data is stored in this address. Okay, so we want to map in this address. Okay, so here we are going to map in the customer ID. So to map the customer ID, just click on this 3 buttons. This is called as the mapping button. So here we are going to map in the customer address. So where was that address? Let's find it out. Let's type customer. We will get, yeah, this one, data object customer. Then click on save and send test request. Okay, so we have got the data. Okay, so as you may remember, we have mentioned the address city as Paris, the address country as France, the address line as E105 near Boulevard Road, and the address line 2 near Random Village, the postal code. Let's see the email. Yes, we have the email jasmine123ert@gmail.com, and this is the name and this is the phone number. Okay, so our data is ready to be synced in ConvertKit. To sync in the data, just click on this plus button. Okay, so another action window opens up. Here in the choose app, since this time we are interested in syncing the data to ConvertKit, let's keep the app as ConvertKit. ConvertKit, yeah, this one. In the choose method, since we are interested in tagging a subscriber, let's keep the action as tag a subscriber. Now tag a subscriber is an action. So there are many more actions like create a purchase, unsubscribe a subscriber, add subscriber to a form, and so on. However, similarly like triggers, if you don't find the action of your choice, you can request at admin@pabbly.com to build a custom action for you. Okay, so at present I'm interested in keeping the action as tag a subscriber. Then click on connect with ConvertKit. Now in the new credentials, we have to fill in the 2 blanks, API key and the API secret. To get both of these keys, let's go to ConvertKit, hover on profile. You will find the option called as the account settings. This one, click this. Okay, so here is our API key. Copy this and paste it here. This is the API key you want. Now comes the API secret. Again go back, and in the API secret, just click on show. So this is the API secret you want. Copy this and paste it here. Then click on save. Okay, so a set of blanks has appeared in front of you. The purpose of this blank is very simple. We are going to tag a subscriber by mapping the data that we have got from Stripe via Pabbly Connect. So in select your tag, it is showing. Before we start mapping these details, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% secure with us. Okay, so in select tag, it is showing this awesome demo tag and Pabbly. Let me show you my tags. So these are the tags I have here at the bottom. The tags are awesome demo tag and Pabbly. So that is why it has basically got fetched that data from ConvertKit. Okay, all the data has been mapped. So in actually I want to make a new tag. For example, I want to make a new tag. So I'm going to create a tag. The tag name is, let's say, give a name pink. The name of the tag is pink. Then I'm going to save it. Okay, as you can see, a tag called as pink has been created. So let's see in Pabbly Connect when we refresh it, will it fetch the tag? Yes, we have a tag called as ping. So I'm going to mention this this customer into the ping tag. So the email. So as you may remember, I have called this button as the mapping button. Click this and we are going to map in the email. So let's try email. Yeah, this is the email. But this is actually kind of wrong. As you can see, the data is not available here. This is the same data that we have got initially. So just delete it and we are going to map in the original email. The email that we have received later. This one, okay, after we have retrieved a customer. We have mapped it. Same with the name, we are going to map in the name. So as usual, we just type name and yeah, this is the field we want. Actually, again, this is wrong because it is not displaying the name. Okay, so just delete it and we will fetch the data that we have got from the retrieved as a customer. So let's type name again and yeah, this is the name we want, Jasmine Lily. Okay, so all the fields have been mapped properly. Just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing that the data has been sent to ConvertKit. So let's see in ConvertKit whether we have a, let's refresh this first. Okay, yes, actually there is a person called as Jasmine Lily with the email address jasmine123ert@gmail.com. So let's see in pink, we had kept it in pink, right? Yeah, in pink, there is a tag called as jasmine123ert@gmail.com. So the presence of this subscriber means that we have connected Stripe and ConvertKit with help of Pabbly Connect. This means anytime a customer or a charge is made in Stripe, it will create a subscriber in ConvertKit. But to double check it if the integration is working fine or not, let's make one more charge in Stripe. But before that, let me show you the whole gist of the process. So I'm minimizing this action window and I'm going to minimize this trigger window. Okay, so this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, you integrated Stripe to Pabbly Connect, then you retrieved the customer, and then you integrated Pabbly Connect to ConvertKit. So now there is a perfect flow of data between them. Okay, so let's make one more charge in Stripe. So this time the amount is, let's say, 500. This time we are going big. The customer, we are going to add a new customer. The customer is, let's say, Tyson Jeremy, and the account email is Tyson QERT123@gmail.com. The description is random. The country, let's keep it as India. G10 Ashoka Vihar. Address line 2 is near pole. Something random, that's all. Something random that is coming into my mind, that's all. 462023. State is Madhya Pradesh. The phone number is 9131323915. Time zone is random, just language is French. Currency is US dollars. Tax status is taxable. Tax ID is just random. Then click on add customer. Then the description, we have to fill the description as, let's say, Facebook. Okay. Statement description is Pabbly, because this is Pabbly's account. 4242424242. Okay. 4242. Of course, again we have done it wrong. 424242. Okay. So the card details has been filled. Then click on submit payment. Okay, so the payment is successful. So let's see whether we have a person called as Tyson Jeremy. So let's go and see in our ConvertKit. This is the ping tag we have. Yes, we have a person called as Tyson Jeremy in the ping tag of ConvertKit. So our integration is working absolutely fine. So from now onwards, whenever a customer or a charge is created in Stripe,
it will be reflected in ConvertKit. In this video, we will learn how to integrate Stripe payment gateway to Pabbly subscription billing. Okay, so the process is actually very easy. First of all, you have to visit this part called as settings. Okay, here at the left side, you will find this option called as settings. Click on settings, then click on payment gateway integration. Okay, here you will find payment gateway integration. Click this. Now we have to select a payment gateway. Since we are interested in integrating Stripe, so let's select the payment gateway as Stripe. Okay, so when we select on Stripe, a blank called as Stripe secret key appears. So we have to fill in the secret key. So to fill in the secret key, it's actually pretty easy. So let's go to our Stripe account. This is our Stripe account, and let's go to this part called as developers. Okay, then click on API keys. Here you will find the API keys. Click here. Now this is the secret key we want. Simply click on reveal test key. Click this. Okay, so this is the secret key we want. Simply click here to copy it. Okay, so we have copied it and paste it here. Now another method to get the Stripe secret key is just click on this link. Click this, and it will straight away lead you to this part called as the API keys. Simply click on reveal test key. The same key will be revealed. Okay, so this was the easy method. So now that we have entered the Stripe secret key, just click on submit. Okay, so as you can see, Stripe gateway has been integrated. So let's check it with a real-time example. So imagine this, a customer is going to use your checkout page to finally finish his payment processing. So this is the checkout page and I am a customer. So I am filling in my details. So I have filled in my details and this is the email address. Okay, so this is the billing address. Now the payment information, the customer has kept it as Stripe, and this is the credit card number. Okay, so the credit card number has been entered. Then he is going to click on month, year, and the CVV. Okay, so all the details has been filled. So the total amount is of $130. So the customer is going to click on checkout now. Okay, so the payment has been processed. Okay, so it is showing thank you for the purchase. So let's have a look in our subscription. What are the details it is showing? So as you can see in the gateway, it is showing as Stripe. Okay, as we can see the gateway, it is showing as Stripe. There is another way, just click on email. So here you will scroll down and you will find the gateway as Stripe. Interesting? Okay, so this was all about integrating Stripe payment gateway to Pabbly subscription billing. If you have any doubts and queries, contact us at admin@pabbly.com. Our dedicated team members will help you to sort out your issues.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pabbly Connect. So in this video, we will learn how to integrate Stripe and WooCommerce. So our use case is pretty simple. When a new payment is completed in Stripe, it will automatically create an order in WooCommerce. Now Stripe is an excellent payment processing platform, and WooCommerce is a platform where you can sell your stuff online. So what we are going to do is, we are going to send the data from Stripe to WooCommerce. But there is one minor problem. Of course, there is some kind of integration between Stripe and WooCommerce, but this integration is actually kind of limited. So in cases like these, we need to bring a third app to connect them both. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Stripe and WooCommerce. And the best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen.
Okay, so to begin the process, first type pabbly.com in your browser. Pabbly.com. Press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. Here hover on products, and at the bottom you will find the option called as Connect. Click on Connect. Then click on Sign In. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also build your free account in just 2 minutes. Now there is something I need to tell you. Pabbly Connect offers a plan where this integration can be tried out absolutely free. So if you want, you can create your own account right now and set up your own automation. The link is available in the description box. Actually, I would insist that you try this automation with me. It's actually pretty fun. Okay, so scroll down, and here again you will find the option Connect. Here click on Access Now. Okay, then at the right side you will find a button called as Create Workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I am going to give it as Stripe to WooCommerce. Stripe to WooCommerce. Then click on Create. So when you click on Create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. Here in the Choose app, let's make it as Stripe because we want to send the data from Stripe. That is why. In the Choose method, since we are interested in sending the data, when a new charge is made, let's keep it as New Charge. Now, new charge is basically a trigger. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger? Trigger is a if statement. It asks a question, if the condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new charge is added, then what action should be taken by the system? Actually, there are many more triggers like cancel subscription, new refund, new order, new invoice, new customer, new plan, new invoice item, and so on. However, in case if you don't find the trigger of your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com to custom build a trigger for you. So at present, I want to send the data when a new charge is made. So I'm keeping the method as new charge. Okay, so basically what we are trying to do here is we are trying to integrate Stripe to Pabbly Connect. So let's have a look at Stripe. So this is my Stripe account. Okay, so here, since we are interested in integrating Stripe to Pabbly Connect, let's go to this part called as developers. Then click on webhooks. Okay, then click on add endpoint. Okay, so a window appears in front of you. It is asking for an endpoint URL in this blank. Simply remove this HTTP part and let's go to Pabbly Connect. So this is the endpoint URL or the webhook URL you want. Simply copy this and paste it here. Now comes the description. Well, let's keep it as empty. As far as the version is concerned, let's keep it as the same, your current version 2023 and 02. Now comes the most important part, events to send. So our event is basically when a new charge is made in Stripe. So let's keep the event as charge succeeded. Charge succeeded, this one. Okay, then click on add endpoint. Okay, so it is showing the status has been enabled. This basically means that we have integrated Stripe to Pabbly Connect. So in turn, whenever a new charge is made in Stripe, Pabbly Connect will capture this data. Okay, so to ensure that Pabbly Connect will capture this data, let's go to Pabbly Connect and click on this button called as Capture Webhook Response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for a webhook response. So let's create a dummy charge in Stripe. Okay, so let's go to this part called as Payments. Click this. Then at the right corner, you will find a button called as Create Payment. Click this. Okay, so here we are going to enter some details of a dummy subscriber, a dummy payer. So, but before that, let's have a look at WooCommerce. So this is my WooCommerce in WordPress, and let's have a look at the customers. So this is the customers page. Let it load. Okay, so these are the customers I have. So for example, in this video, we are going to start with the person who is also the existing customer. So we are going to create a subscriber in Stripe who is going to pay the charge, but at the same time, he's already a existing customer in WooCommerce. Okay, so your obvious question is, why are we doing this? I will explain you in detail. So let's go with this customer. Let's say Sammy Winchester. Okay, so this is the email of Sammy Winchester. I'm basically copying this. Okay, and then I'm going to add an amount here. Let's say the amount is $25. Let's make it as US dollars 25. So we are going to add a customer. So the name of the customer is, we already copied the email. So just paste the email. Similarly, let's go have a look at the full name, that is Sammy Winchester. Simply copy this and paste it here. The description, let's keep it as random. And let's keep the country as India. Okay. So the address line 1 is E105 Shuk Enclave. The address line 2 is near Random Talkies. The city is random street. Postal code is 462023. Okay, it's 46. The state is Madhya Pradesh. The phone number is 9131323917. That's good. Time zone, not really important. Language, let's make it as English. Currency is US dollars. Tax status is taxable. Tax ID is random. Just click on add customer. Okay, so the description is random. So the statement descriptor, basically this is the account of Pabbly. Okay, so that is why I'm keeping the account as the statement descriptor as Pabbly. So we are going to enter the card details. So these are the card details 42424242. Okay, the card details has been entered. Then click on submit payment. Okay, so a payment has been made by this person called as Sammy Winchester, and the payment is of $25. So let's see whether Pabbly Connect, since it is integrated with the Stripe, has captured this data or not. So let's have a look. Yes, the data has been captured. So let's have a look. Let's scroll down. Okay, so payment completed is showing, and it's United States dollars, and these are the last details of the card, and this is the card, that is Visa card. Okay, so actually I want to show you something. Let me scroll down. Let me scroll down even more. Okay, yeah, this is something I wanted to show. So as you can see, the email is showing empty, the name field is showing empty, the address fields are also returning empty. This is because Stripe only provides charge related information like credit card details, the currency, and the amount. My point is, we are not getting the details that are related to customer information, but we need email and the name to create a customer, or at least the order. So in cases like these, we need to retrieve that customer information. So your obvious question is how I'm going to retrieve that information. It's actually pretty easy. So let's scroll down, and here you will find a button. Click this. So when you click on this button, another window opens up. This is called as the action window. Here in the Choose app, since we want to retrieve the information from Stripe, let's make the Choose app as Stripe. Now in the Choose method, since we want to retrieve the information related to a customer, so let's make the method as retrieve a customer. Now retrieve a customer is basically an action. There are many more actions like cancel a subscription, create a payment method, create a card token, and so on. However, just like the triggers, if you don't find the trigger of your choice or the action of your choice, you can just contact us at admin@pabbly.com to custom build an action for you. But at present, we just want to retrieve a customer. So let's keep as retrieve a customer. Then click on connect with Stripe. Okay, so we have a blank called as a token in the new credentials that we have to fill. So to integrate with Pabbly Connect. So to fill in the token, let's have a visit again to Stripe. Let's cancel this. And again, let's go back to this part called as developers. Click this. Then click on this part called as API keys. Click this. Okay, so we have this token here. Okay, the secret key is also our token. Just click on reveal test key, copy this, and then paste it here. Okay, so we have filled the token. We are ready to save it. Click on save. Okay, so when you click on save, a blank has appeared in front of you. It is demanding for a customer ID. So let me show you my customer ID. So let's scroll up, and let's scroll up. And here somewhere we will find the customer ID. Okay, so this is our customer ID. So basically this is the address where all the details of the customer are stored. Okay, so scroll down, and here we are going to map in this address. So this button is called as the mapping button. Click this and just type customer. So we will get the ID. Okay, so this is the customer ID. So we have mapped it. Just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing all the data we have entered in Stripe. So these are the details. It was created. This is the POSIX format of the date, the time it was created, and this is the address date. This is the postal code. This is the address line 2. This is address line 1. This is the country, that is India, and this is the city, that is random street, and this is the object. So where are the name and the email? That's what I'm interested in. Okay, so this is the email, sammywinchester2344@gmail.com. Okay, so let's have a look at Sammy Winchester. Okay, this is the email of the person that is already listed in WooCommerce as a customer. Okay, so this is the person, And where is the name? Yes, we have the name, that is Sammy Winchester. This is the phone number, and this is the rest of the details as usual. And this is the postal code. Okay, so we have got all the details. But there is something you need to know. So let's have a look at the details in the first API response. So these are the details we got, and where is the charge amount? It was $25, right? $25. Where was the charge amount? The charge amount. Okay, yeah, this is the charge amount. So actually the charge amount was, as you may remember, was $25, but right now it is showing as $2,500. So this is kind of wrong. So the problem is actually the system is not including the decimal. Okay, there must be a decimal here. It is not including the decimal. So we actually have to trim this double zeros. Okay, so how I am going to trim this? It's actually very easy. So to trim the amount, just click on this plus button. So when you click on this plus button, another action window opens up. Here in the choose app, let's make it as API. Click this. And in the choose action event, let's make it as get. Okay, let's keep it as get. Now the endpoint URL is basically, I'm going to paste the endpoint URL. Okay, so I have pasted the endpoint URL. So your obvious question now is, what is an endpoint URL? So when an API interacts with another system, the touch points of these communications are considered as the endpoint. For example, we want to trim this number, okay, to this. So we are going to use a service, and this service is located in this address. Okay, so your next question is where I'm going to find the endpoint URL. Well, you can find in the description box. I have added the endpoint URL in the description box. You can just simply copy this and paste it here. Okay, it's simple. So coming to the authentication, we are not encouraging any authentication. We don't need to add any headers, but at the same time, we need to set a parameter. So click on parameter. So it is showing amount. So I'm going to type it as amount. Okay, so you basically have to type it. So we are going to map in the amount. So the amount was $2,500. Okay, so this was the amount. So basically map this detail, then click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing it as success. So amount has been trimmed. Okay, so earlier it was $2,500. Now it is correctly measured as $25. Okay, so the status is success. So basically now we are practically ready to sync all our details to WooCommerce to create an order for the customer. But before that, we actually have to change the currency from the lowercasing to uppercasing. Okay, so your question now would be how I'm going to change the currency from lowercasing to uppercasing, and why it is necessary. Because the WooCommerce actually demands the currency casing in uppercasing. Okay, but the Stripe returns the currency casing in lowercasing. So we actually need to change from lowercasing to uppercasing. Let me show you. So to do it, just click on this plus button. When you click on this plus button, you notice another window opens up. Here just type text formatter. Okay, this is the one, text formatter. In the choose method, just map in text basic formatting. Okay, then click on connect with text formatter. Now the string is basically our currency, that is USD. Okay, so as you can see, this USD is in lowercasing. Okay, this is some data that is returned from Stripe. So we want to transform it into uppercasing. Okay, so we have changed it. Then click on save and send test request. Okay, so it is showing the type as uppercase and the result as United States dollar in low uppercasing. Okay, so this is the uppercasing. So now before we sync in this data to WooCommerce to create a order in WooCommerce, we are going to add a filter. Okay, so your question is, why are we adding a filter? So this is for those who have multiple e-commerce platforms associated with one Stripe account other than the WooCommerce. For example, let's say I have Amazon, Shopify and Myntra accounts, and all these e-commerce platforms are associated with my Stripe account, and a Stripe charge of $50 has been made. Okay, and this Stripe charge of $50 has been made for my Shopify store, but unfortunately this workflow will recognize this charge of $50 and make an order for WooCommerce also. So this is basically a problem, as the order of $50 that was meant for Shopify has been created for WooCommerce also. So as to fix this mess, we will add a filter that will allow only the charge of, let's say, $25 to pass through it. So this charge of $25 will eventually become an order in WooCommerce. Okay, so your obvious question is how I'm going to do that. It's actually pretty simple. Just click on this plus button. So when you click on this plus button, another action window opens up. Here in the choose app, this time let's make it as filter. Okay, so here we are going to set a condition. Here let's say the amount okay, the amount of $25 is equal to 25. Okay, so we have set the amount 25 is equal to 25. So this 25 at the right side denote the static amount of a product. Let's say a watch in WooCommerce. So let's imagine a watch in WooCommerce that is $25. But since your Stripe account is merged with multiple e-commerce platform, let's say Amazon or Shopify, so imagine a charge of $73 has been made in Stripe. But this $73 is clearly not for WooCommerce as our product is worth $25. So my point is, anytime a charge is made that is higher or lower than 25, their data won't pass forward. It will be restricted. Only the charge that is exactly equal to $25 will pass to the next stage. I hope you get it. If you have a Stripe account with WooCommerce but doesn't cater to other platforms, then this step can be avoided. However, if you have a Stripe account managing different platforms, then this step is very vital. Okay, so just click on this button, save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing the condition is true. Okay, excellent. Okay, so we are now ready to sync all this data to create an order in WooCommerce. But there are two choices we have. The first one is if the customer already exists in WooCommerce. And the second one is if the customer doesn't exist in WooCommerce. Okay, so these are the choices we have. The first one is the customer already exists in WooCommerce, and the second one is the customer doesn't exist in WooCommerce. So let me show you with a flow chart and you will understand it easily. Okay, so this is the flow chart, and if the customer exists, all you have to do is you have to create an order. Okay, if it doesn't exist, just create a customer and then create an order. Let me repeat it again. If the customer exists, all you have to do is you have to create an order. Okay, easy. So if the customer doesn't exist, then you have to create a customer and then you have to create an order. Okay, so our first priority is to find whether the customer exists or not. So your obvious question is how I'm supposed to find it. Well, it's actually pretty easy. All you have to do is just click on this plus button. So again, this is called as the action window. This time in the choose app, let's make it as WooCommerce, because we want to find if the customer exists in WooCommerce or not. So let's make the app as WooCommerce. Now in the choose method, we want retrieve a customer by the email. This is the action we want. Okay, so your obvious question is why we are keeping the method as retrieve a customer by email. Why not retrieve a customer by name? So as you can see, the names are actually not unique, but the emails are unique. Okay, that is why a person always have a very unique email. There are no such thing as same emails. Okay, so that is why, since there are only one unique email for one customer, so we are going to retrieve a customer by email. So just click on connect with WooCommerce. Okay, in the new credentials, we have 3 blanks to fill: consumer key, consumer secret, and the website URL. So to get the consumer key, let's have a visit to WooCommerce. So this is our WooCommerce page. Let's go to this part called as settings. Click on settings. Then at the right corner, you will find the option called as advanced. Click on advanced. Then click on REST API. Okay, so it is asking me to add a key. I'm going to click on add a key. So the description, I'm going to give a name to this key. Let's say G, some random name that's coming to my head. That's all. So the user will be admin. Okay, the permission, let's make it as read and write. Then click on generator API key. Okay, so these are the details we want: the consumer key and the consumer secret. So copy this. This is the consumer key. We have copied this and then we have pasted it here. Okay, then let's go to WooCommerce again and copy the consumer secret and then paste it here. Okay, so 2 of our blanks has been filled. Now comes the third blank, the website URL. The website URL you already know. This is our website URL. Simply copy this and paste it here. Okay, then click on save. Okay, so when you click on save, a blank called as email has arrived in front of you. So we are going to map in the email. So this is called as the mapping button. Here just click this and type email. Scroll down and we have retrieved the email. This is sammywinchester2344@gmail.com. So as you may know this, let's go back to WooCommerce here and let's have a look at customers. So as I mentioned before, we had added the existing customer in WooCommerce in Stripe. Okay, so that is why there is already the email sammywinchester2344@gmail.com. Okay, so when you click on save and send test request, it will show the details of the customer. Okay, so the API response is showing the details of the customer. So when was the date it was created, and this is the ID of the customer, and this is the name, and this is the email. All the details related to this customer that is already present in WooCommerce. Okay, so these are the details. So basically I'm going to show you something else. What if the customer is not present in WooCommerce? So let's say we delete this. Okay, and let's go to customer and let's give a random name. Let's say Flint Jones word123@gmail.com. Okay, so let's have a search whether this person called as Flint Jones word is present or not. No, there is no person called as Flint Jones word@gmail.com. So let's copy this. Flint Jones. Flint Jones word123@gmail.com. That was the mail, right? So basically we are just copying this and then we are pasting it here. Okay, so just click on this button, save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing nothing. Okay, because there is no customer called as Flint Jones word123@gmail.com. Let's try one more. Let's remove this. Let's try one more customer. So the customer name this time, let's add something random. Barbie guess 234@gmail.com. Obviously this person, obviously this email is not present in as a customer, but let's have a look. No, there is no data to displays. That is because there is no customer. Okay, so let's copy this and paste this email here and then click on save and send test request. Okay, again the API response is showing the data as nil. This is because we don't have a email called as barbieguess234@gmail.com. So let's go back to customer again. So let's go to this customer called as Naveen Kole@gmail.com. We are going to copy this and then we are going to paste it here. Okay, then click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing all the details because we have a customer called as Naveen Kole. So Pabbly Connect is just returning the details related to the customer. So this is the ID. Okay, so let's remove this and let's remap the data that we had entered before. The email that is sammywinchester2344@gmail.com. So just click on save and send test request again. Okay, so this is the ID of a sammywinchester2344@gmail.com. This is the ID. Okay, so actually have a look at that. We actually may need it in the future, for the future. So have a look at it. This is the ID. Okay, 262, and this is the email sammywinchester2344@gmail.com. Okay, excellent. So we have found out that this person Sammy Winchester is already present, is already an existing customer in WooCommerce. So what if the customer is not present in WooCommerce? So in cases like these, we have to create a customer first and then assign an order. So in order to dissociate the cases where the customer already exists from the cases where the customer doesn't exist, we have to bring in routers. Okay, so your obvious question is, what are routers? So routers are basically options which direct your data to different streams based on the condition you add here. In this case, this is our router. So if the customer exists, then well, we will simply assign an order to him. If he doesn't exist, Then first we will create a customer, then we will assign an order to him. So I repeat again. So this is our router, and if the customer exists, all we have to do, we have to assign an order to him. If he doesn't exist, first we will create a customer and then we will assign an order to him. Okay, so basically our data has been split into two streams by the router. Okay, so your next question is how we can add the router. It's actually again very easy. All you have to do is just click on this plus button. So again, when you click on this plus button, another action window opens up. Here in the choose app, let's make it as routers. This one. Okay, so it is showing two routes, route 1 and route 2. Basically, these are the streams. Okay, so if you want to add more routes, just click on this button. It will add another route. But I'm interested with just two routes, route 1 and route 2. Now, in the route 1, we are going to name it as if the customer exists. If the customer already exists. Okay, that's good. Just click on update. And in the second one, we are going to type as if the customer does not exist. Customer does not exist. Okay, then click on update. Okay, so these are the two routes we have. If the customer already exists, if the customer does not exist. So we are going to create the workflow with this stream if the customer already exists. So just click on this button, settings. Okay, so here we are going to work with the if statement. So if ID, let's go with the ID. What was our ID of the customer? If the ID 262 is equal to, let's change the equal to is exist. Okay, so what I have done here. So basically this statement, if, okay, this part, if ID 262 exists. So basically it is saying if the ID number 262 exists, then what should be done? So what is ID 262? As I mentioned before, ID 262 is basically your customer, okay, Sammy Winchester 344@gmail.com. So this is the ID for Sammy Winchester 2344@gmail.com. Okay, so basically it is asking if ID 262 or if Sammy Winchester 2344 exists, then what should be done? Okay, so that's the condition. So let's go back to settings again. Let's make it as ID 262 equal exist. Okay, exist. Then what should be done? So just click on save and send test request. So when you click on save and send test request, it is going to show as success because it will show the condition as true because the condition is actually true. This person called as Sammy Winchester 263 or 264 actually exists in WooCommerce. That is why. So just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the status is showing success and the message is condition is true. If this person was Sammy Winchester wasn't available in the WooCommerce plate, then it would have shown the condition as false. Okay, and the status would have shown as error. We will discuss it later. Okay, but at present it is showing the status as success and the message is condition is true. So since the customer already exists, since Sammy Winchester already exists in WooCommerce, all we have to do is assign an order to him. So just click on this button. So when you click on this button, another window opens up. Here let's make it as WooCommerce because this time we are going to assign an order to this person, Sammy Winchester. In the choose method, just click on create an order. Okay, this one, create an order. Okay, so create an order is basically an action. There are many more actions like delete a customer, update a customer, add new customer, and update an order, and so on. However, at present, we are satisfied with creating an order. Okay, so just like the triggers, if you don't find the action of your choice, you can contact us to custom build an action for you. So the address to contact us is admin@pabbly.com. Okay, so just click on connect with WooCommerce. Now, as usual, we have 3 blanks to fill: customer key, consumer secret, and the website URL. So already we know the website URL. We basically copy this and then we paste it here. The consumer key we already had generated. So this is the consumer key. We are just going to copy this and we are going to paste it. Similarly with the consumer secret, copy this and copy, paste it here. Okay, so we are ready to save. Click on save. Okay, so when you click on save, a set of blanks has appeared in front of you. So the purpose of this blank is we are going to map in the data that we have received from Stripe to create an order. So in the status, let's change it from pending to, let's say, completed. Our status is completed. Now the currency, as I mentioned before, we had converted this to uppercasing. So let's make it as uppercasing, United States dollar. Okay, it's actually required that you convert them to uppercasing. Okay, so the currency format is in uppercasing. I have discussed it, and we have converted it from the lowercasing to uppercasing. Now comes the customer ID. So just toggle this to right. Okay, and this is the wrong customer ID it is showing. Just delete this, and let's map in the real customer ID. So the real customer ID, let's type in ID. So we will get the ID. Oh yeah, this is the customer ID. Okay. So the payment method is BSES or something random. Payment method title, direct bank transfer, false paid. Let's make it as true. Billing first name, we had it as Sammy Winchester, Sam Winchester. Okay. Billing last name, we didn't add any last name. Address, we had retrieved the address. So the address was address line 1. And then let's look at address line 2. Okay, address line 2. City was the city. We didn't mention the city. Okay, we didn't mention the city. That's bad. So let's ignore this. Billing country, I think it was India. Let's have a look. Yeah, the billing country is India. Billing email. Yes, we have the billing email. That is Sammy Winchester. Let's have a look. Billing email, billing first name. Yeah, billing email, Sammy Winchester. Billing phone number. We have the phone number. Okay, this is the phone number. Since billing address and the shipping first details are practically same, we are not going to fill it again. It's just a waste of time. So the product ID, yeah, so we have mentioned this $25 is for the product ID, that is watch, Chumbak watch. Okay, so the quantity, let's keep it as 1. Okay, so basically most of our details has been filled. All the important details has been filled. Okay, so we are ready to click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing that the order has been created, and this is the ID number of the order. So let's have a look at the orders. So let's go to WooCommerce and let's go to orders. These are the orders. Let's open it in a new tab. Okay, so order has been made by Sammy Winchester 25 seconds ago. Excellent. Our integration is kind of working. So this is for if the customer already exists. Okay, so what if the customer doesn't exist? Okay, so we are going to create a workflow for that too. So just click on done at this point. Okay, so we are going to work with if the customer does not exist. Here again, click on settings. Okay, so let's go for the ID. This time let's make it as does not exist. Okay, so the ID is 262. Let's make it as does not exist. Okay, so when we click on save and send test request, it will show the message as a error or the condition as false. Okay, this is because this ID actually exists and we are giving the statement as does not exist. That is why it will show the condition as false. Okay, so just click on save and send test request. Okay, so it is showing the status as error, the message as condition is false. Okay, so this is something that we expected because the customer called as Sammy Winchester, whose ID is 262, already exists in WooCommerce. So just click on at this point done. Let's go back to our trigger window. Okay, let's go to this trigger window. Okay, so we are going to recapture the webhook response once more. Okay, this time the charge will be made by a person who does not exist in WooCommerce. Okay, so let's click on recapture webhook response. Okay, so it is waiting for the data. So let's create one more response, one more payment charge. This time it will be made by a person that doesn't exist. So again the amount is 25 euros, not euros, dollars. Okay, so the customer, we are going to make a customer that doesn't exist. So let's say the person's name is person's email is He-Man, Master of Universe. Okay, it's a kind of big email at the rate gmail.com. First let's copy this and let's search this if the customer called as He-Man is available. Yes, there is no He-Man in this customer list. So we are ready to add a customer. So in the email, let's just paste the email, He-Man Master of Universe 123@gmail.com. So the person's name is Herman, and description is let's say Goring. Okay. So the country, Herman Goring is from, let's say, France, not German, France. Okay. So the address is G10 Paris Villa or something random, near Osborne Park. Postal code is 75001. City is let's say Paris. That's the only city I know in France. 9131323911. Okay, that's the phone number. Time zone, not interested. French, yes, language is French. Currency, let's keep it as a US dollars. Tax status, taxable. Tax ID, not really interested in filling. Just click on add customer. Okay, so a customer under the email He-Man Master of Universe 123@gmail.com has been filled, and the name of the customer is Herman. Description, let's keep as random. Statement descriptor is Pabbly, and the card details 424242424242. Okay, then click on submit payment. Okay, so it is showing the payment as success. So let's see whether Pabbly Connect, since it is integrated, has captured this data or not. Yes, new data has been captured. So a charge of 2500 has been made. Excellent. Okay, so statement descriptor. Okay, so as you know, this, it's not going to return the data of the customer. It's just showing the charge detail, the credit card details and all. So let's scroll down and let's refresh this. This is the part where it's actually going to show you the details. So let's refresh this. Just Control and F5. Okay, so the new details will be arriving soon. Okay, we have the new details. Just click on save and send test request. Okay, so we have got the details. So these are the details we have. The description is Goring. This is the email He-Man Master of Universe 123@gmail.com. This is Goring, and the currency is USD, and the address line is near Osborne Park. Address line 1 is G10 Paris Villa, and this is the customer, and this is the customer ID at this point from Stripe. Okay, so what was the API 3? Okay, so we had changed the amount from 2500 to $25. So since it is amount is practically same, $25, so we are not going to change or refresh anything. Text formatter was basically, we have changed the currency from the lowercasing USD to uppercasing. So this was the API response. Okay, we don't need this. Now comes the filter. We don't have to change the filter. That's $25 is equal to $25. That's well and good. Okay, so now comes retrieve a customer by email. Okay, so we have again refreshed this, and it is showing the billing email as He-Man Master of Universe 123@gmail.com. So let's click on save and send test request. Let's have a look at the API response. Okay, the API response is showing 0. That means there is no email of this sort. Okay, now comes the routers. So we have two conditions: if the customer already exists, if the customer does not exist. So let's go back to the settings. Okay, so does not exist. Okay, it remains intact. So let's click on this plus button. In the choose app, let's make it as WooCommerce. Here we are going to create a customer called as Herman Goring with the email address He-Man Master of the Universe. Okay, so we are going to create a customer. So just click on add new customer, then click on connect with WooCommerce. Now we know that in the consumer key, we basically just copy this and just paste it here. In the consumer secret, we just basically copy this and then we paste it here. Okay, the website URL we already know, it's basically this up to here. Copy this and paste it here and add a slash. Okay, then click on save. Okay, so we are going to create a customer. So it's requiring an email. We have the email that is He-Man. Okay, He-Man Master of the Universe. We have retrieved this information. The first name was Herman. Okay. The last name was Goring, I think. Description, yes, we have put in the description. Username, not important. Billing first name, last name. Billing company, we don't need it. Billing address. Billing address. So we have the address. Okay, not this here. Address. Where is the address? Address line 1. Then we are going to map in the address line 2. Okay, address line 2. Billing city, that was Paris. Okay, billing city, retrieval customer, billing city. Okay, billing state, we don't have any interest. Postal code 75001. This is information that we have retrieved. Country is France. Email, again, let's go with He-Man, Master of the Universe. Billing phone number, not reader. Shipping address and billing address are same, so we are not going to do anything about it. Okay, so basically all the details, all the necessary details has been filled. So to create a new customer, just click on this button, save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing that customer has been created. The reason I'm saying it is showing the customer has been created because it has given an ID. This is the ID for this person called as He-Man. Okay, He-Man, Master of the Universe. This is the ID for He-Man. So now we are ready to create an order. So just click on this plus button and we are going to create an order for He-Man. So again the choose app, we know the drill. It's a WooCommerce. In the choose method, since we are interested in creating an order, click on create an order, then click on connect with WooCommerce. So again, we have to fill all of these details. So just click here and scroll down and click on WooCommerce 18. This is the latest one. Then click on save. Okay, so it has been connected. In the status, let's change it to completed. The currency we have already managed as USD in uppercasing. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Yes, this is the uppercasing USD. Toggle right here and let's change the customer ID. Enter the proper customer ID that we have got. In case you don't remember, this is the customer ID 265. This has been generated when we had created the customer. So this is the customer ID. So just type 265 and we will get the link. Okay, here it is. Payment method is a BACS, direct bank transfer. Let's make it as true. Since we have filled all these billing details, we are not going to fill it. Okay, right, let's fill it again. It's actually kind of important. Address, if you don't want to fill it again, it's okay, but I'm going to fill it. It's kind of important, I feel. Okay, the billing address 2. Address 2. Okay. Billing city was Paris. The postal code was 75001. Okay, interesting. The country was France. We know this. The billing email. Okay, email. That is He-Man, Master of Universe 123@gmail.com. Billing phone number 91 something. Okay, 3391. Okay, shipping address and billing address are same, so we are not going to enter again. So this time again the product ID is a Chumbak watch. The quantity required is 1. We have to manually add it. Then click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing product has been created. So let's have a look in orders whether we have a order by this Herman Goring. Okay, yes, it has been made 18 seconds ago and this is by He-Man, Master of Universe 123@gmail.com. Yes. Okay, so the presence of this order shows that we have integrated WooCommerce and Stripe with help of Pabbly Connect. This means anytime a new subscription or a new charge is made in Stripe, it will be reflected as an order in WooCommerce. So to double check it if the integration is working fine or not, let's make one more dummy charge in Stripe. But before that, let me show you the whole gist of the process. So basically this is the whole gist of the process. Let me minimize all of them. Okay, so basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated Stripe to Pabbly Connect, okay, and then you have retrieved the customer, okay, and then you have added the API to trim the amount, okay, interesting. Then you have used the text formatter to just change the casing from United States dollar, okay, this casing to upper casing, okay, interesting that also. So coming to filters, we have made a filter that restrict that only particular amount, in this case $25, okay, not less than or bigger than, will pass through the system. Only $25 will pass through the system. Only the data if the amount is equal to 25 will pass through the system. Okay, and then we have retrieved the customer by email. Okay, excellent. We have found out if the email is present in the system or not, in WooCommerce system or not. Okay, so this is to find out if the customer exists or not. And then you have added a router for two conditions: if the customer already exists, if the customer does not exist. Okay, so basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. So let's go back and let's create one more customer, one more charge actually. So we are going to create a payment. This time again we are going with the $25. We have mentioned before, because anything above or less than $25 won't be accepted. The system will just restrict the data flow. And in the new customer, we are going to get a new customer. Okay, so as I mentioned before, we have to actually look if the customer is present or not. You don't have to do it every time. I'm just showing you. So the customer's name is, let's say, Bluebolt. Bluebolt123@gmail.com. Okay, so this is the email of the new customer. So let's have a look if this Bluebolt is present or not. Yes, Bluebolt is not present. So we are going with the person who is not present in WooCommerce. He's not an existing customer. That's the term. So the name of the person is Bluey. The description is Bolty, some random name that's coming to my head. So this time let's keep the country as India. That would do. Okay, C10 Ashoka Vihar. Then the address line city is Gwalior or random something. Postal code 462023. State is Madhya Pradesh. 9131323917. Okay, so we are going to just add a customer. Description random. Descriptor is Pabbly 42424242424242. Okay, then click on submit payment. Okay, so a person called as Bluey with the email address bluebolt123 has made a payment of $25. So let's see whether we have an order related to this Bluebolt. So the payment hasn't arrived. Let's refresh this. Yes, we have got the payment. Okay, so we have got the order called as Bluebolt123. So this means our integration is working absolutely fine. So whenever a new charge is made by a Stripe customer, it will be reflected as an order in WooCommerce.
Hello everyone. Imagine that you have created a webinar in your Zoom account. Now for collecting the payments for this Zoom webinar, you have created a payment link in your Stripe payment gateway. Let me even show you that payment link. This is the payment link for that webinar. Now you want, whenever someone is going to register to your webinar from this checkout page, the very same user should be added to your Zoom webinar automatically, so that you do not have to do this particular process again and again. So I am Sonam from Pabbly team, and in this video I am going to teach you, whenever the payment is made on Stripe payment gateway, automatically enroll the very same user to Zoom webinar automatically. But as you know, there is no direct connection in between Stripe and Zoom. That is why I am going to use an automation software, Pabbly Connect, with the help of which whenever the user is making a payment in Stripe payment gateway for your webinar, we will be able to add the very same user to Zoom webinar automatically. To create this automation, first you will have to open your browser and type pabbly.com/connect in your browser and press enter. This is how you will reach to the landing page of your automation software. Now once you will reach to this website, click on this blue button and sign up for free. The account creation in Pabbly Connect is absolutely free, and you will also get 100 free tasks so that you can actually test, you can actually create this automation with me. Okay, I already have an account, that's why I am going to sign in here. Okay, and click on access now, and you will reach to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Now in order to start creating your automation, click on this blue button again and give any random name to your workflow. Let me give the name as Stripe to Zoom integration. Okay, click on create. Once you will click on create, you will find two boxes in front of you. These are actually trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens. Action means do this. Basically, our automation is going to work on these two principles only. Let me tell you with an example. For example, when a sale is happen in a payment gateway application, send an email via Gmail application. Another example, when a form is submitted, let's say Google Forms, share a file via Google Drive application. According to our use case, whenever the payment is made in Stripe payment gateway, we need to register the very same user to our Zoom account. Well, I'm going to do this Zoom step later. For now, I will proceed with the Stripe step only. Okay, in trigger event, I am going to select the trigger event as checkout completed. Now our first step is actually connecting the Stripe account with Pabbly Connect so that we can actually capture the data, capture the payment details of Stripe here in Pabbly Connect. For that, I have to build a connection using this webhook URL which Pabbly Connect has just given us. Okay, you can see this is the webhook URL and these are the instruction given in order to build the connection. You can directly click on this webhook settings, and if you are already logged into your Stripe account, you will be redirected to that particular page directly. So you can see the webhook option is open now. Now, since I am building up this connection just for the testing purpose, just to show you how you can actually build these type of connection, that is why I will work in test mode. That is why I have enabled this test mode. Now you can see these are the previous webhook URL which I have created. Okay, but for now I am going to click on new add endpoint and going to paste the same webhook URL. Which webhook URL? Which we have received from webhook URL of Pabbly Connect. Okay, paste that same URL here. Leave the description because it is optional. If you want to add, you can add it. And in select events, we will have to select the event on which we want to receive the data of Stripe. Okay, so I want to receive the data whenever the checkout session is completed in Stripe. That is why I'm going to select this particular event. Click on add event and finally click on this add event, add endpoint, and you will see it will be added as webhook in Stripe. Okay, it is enabled now. Now it is waiting for the events. Come back to Pabbly Connect and you will see it is also waiting for the webhook response, which means read the instructions. Log into the application where you have added the webhook URL and do a test submission and record so that the data can be recorded here in the webhook response. That is why I'm going to make a dummy payment in Stripe Payment Gateway so that we can actually capture the data in Pabbly Connect. This is the YouTube marketing webinar I have created in Stripe and I am going to make a payment for this particular webinar only. This is my payment link. All right. Let me open that payment link. Here it is, copy and open in new tab. Now I am going to make a test payment. That is why I am going to use the test card in Stripe. Okay, this is the test card details which I can actually find from Stripe documentation. And this is my payment link. Let me fill out the payment details. admin@pabblytuts.com. Okay. Shipping name, let me give a name as testing name. Okay, address, give any random address. Okay, I am giving, let's say, this particular address. Okay, All right. Now it is asking for the payment details. So I am going to use the test card details. All right. Let me find it from here. You can find it. Copy this test card details and paste it here. Give any values here. So I am giving 12, let's say 29. Give any CVV 1, 2, 3. Okay. Something is wrong. I have missed out the number. Let me fill it. I have filled the number as well. Click on pay now and let's wait for this payment to be successful. Thank you for the payment. The payment has been done. Let's go back to Pabbly Connect and see whether the data has been fetched out or not. And you can see the response is received, which means the first step of our integration is actually done. Let me even check the details and you can see I have made the payment for 999, but it has captured extra 0. Basically, it has captured the data in minor unit in the JSON format. Don't worry, in case if you want to learn how you can remove these two zeros, I will add the link in my description box for the same. But for now, I am not going to show this particular value, the amount anywhere. That is why I will keep it as it is. Okay, let me check the other details also. Okay. So you can see these are the details. This is the email address, the name, the phone number, every detail has been captured. Now let's move to another step, which is going to be adding the user, the same user to Zoom webinar. But before I move to the further step, I'll ask you one question here. I am setting up an automation, something like whenever the payment is captured, whenever the checkout is succeeded, capture the detail and add it to Zoom webinar. But here, let me show you my Stripe account. Let me show you my products. And you can see there are various products here. Basically the various webinars. But I want that whenever someone is going to make a purchase for this particular webinar, then only register the user, otherwise not. So I will have to define somewhere in Pabbly Connect to my system that proceed only when the payment is done for this particular webinar, not on the others. For that, I am going to select the filter option offered by Pabbly. Here I can actually set this condition. Which condition? If the payment link is equal to this, then only continue. Let me find my payment link. Let me search for it. Payment link. You can see if the payment link is equal to which payment link? This is the payment page of my webinar on YouTube marketing, and I am going to copy the payment link right from here after the /p link. Okay, copy this, come back to Pabbly Connect and paste the same here. I have set this condition that if the person is registering for this particular payment, then only continue, then only enroll the user to my Zoom webinar, otherwise do not enroll the same person. Since this time my payment has been done for this particular link only, that is why the condition is true. In case user has made the payment for different webinar, don't worry, this workflow will not going to work further. Okay, now again click on plus and we are now all set to go. We can actually click on Zoom, basically search for Zoom and scroll down. In action event, again I am going to choose the action event as add a webinar registrant. Okay, click on connect, click on add new connection, click on connect with Zoom, and since I have already logged into my Zoom account, that is why you will see the authorization will be successful. If you are not logged in already, it will be asking you the credential details. Simply give that details and you will be also connected immediately with your Zoom account and Pabbly Connect. Okay, now it is asking few details in order to register. In which particular webinar you would like to register that user. These are the webinars, all the webinars which are available in my Zoom account. Well, I want to register the user in this particular webinar. That is why I have selected the same. Now it is asking for the email address of the user. So how can I actually fill it? Simply click on this blank and you will find the data of Stripe which we have received in the above step. Here only you will have to simply click on that particular field, basically on the email ID where it is. Here you can find it. Click on that and it will be mapped automatically. And here the mapping means whatever the value I am mapping here will be changed automatically based on every new payment. Whenever the new payment has arrived, this email ID will be changed automatically and new user is going to register to the webinar. Okay, this is called as mapping. We will do the same with the first name also. Let me scroll down and find out where is the name. And you can see this testing name I have provided. Click on that. Well, the last name, I am going to map the same name actually. Okay, let me go again and map the same. Let's map it. Phone number field. Okay. Again, open this drop down and map the phone number field. Here is the phone number. Click on it. And I have filled out all the 3 details. Now I am going to click on save and send test request and we will see whether this particular user has been registered or not. The response is received. Let me go back to my Zoom account. Let me open my webinar. Okay, webinar. All right, let's check the number of registrants. Okay, total 2 registrants has been registered for this webinar till now. Approved is 1. Okay, let me edit it. And you can see the email address via which I have registered in Stripe Payment Gateway has been added automatically to my Zoom webinar on YouTube Marketing automatically. So that means my automation is working absolutely fine. Basically the integration of Zoom and Stripe. Okay, so I have integrated Stripe and Zoom with the help of Pabbly Connect, and not just these 2 applications. If you want to integrate different applications and create different kinds of automation, you can actually do it under Pabbly Connect. And let's say if you want to send an email, a WhatsApp message, or maybe a SMS, you can also add further steps here and do the same. Lots of automation tutorials are already available on our Pabbly channel. So you can actually learn these kind of activities from our channel Pabbly. In this video, we will learn how to add Stripe payment details to MS Excel automatically. So let's say you are selling something using Stripe Payment Gateway. Now, as soon as the payment is received, you want to add the same payment details automatically and instantly to MS Excel so that you can maintain a record for the things like customer name, customer email, the payment amount, etc. To do this automation, I just need to connect Stripe and MS Excel with the help of an automation software. And believe me, anyone can create this automation for their business. Just follow this tutorial till end. So this is the website of that automation software Pabbly Connect, with which we are going to connect Stripe and MS Excel. You can also reach here by typing pabbly.com/connect. I have also attached the link in description box. Now if you are a new user, create your free account where you will get free task to test this automation. I am already an existing user, that is why I am clicking on signing and then clicking on access now, and you will see I will reach to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect, from where I'm going to start creating my automation. So this is the blue button, create workflow. Click on that and give any random name to your workflow, to your automation. I am giving the name as Stripe to MS Excel automation. Okay, so this is the name I have given. Click on create and you will see 2 boxes in front of you, trigger and action, and our automation is going to work on these 2 principles. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. When this happens, do this. So basically, we need to select the application in which we need to set the automations. Let me tell you with an example. Whenever the form is submitted, let's say Google Forms application, share a file via Google Drive application. According to our use case, whenever the payment is received in Stripe application, add the details in MS Excel. So that is why here in the first application, I'm going to choose Stripe. And in trigger event, of course, I want that whenever the payment is captured, well, the payment is captured is equal to new charge. That is why I have selected this. And you can see a webhook URL is provided, with the help of which I'm going to connect Stripe and Pabbly Connect first. Okay, so this is the URL and these are the instructions given. Go to dashboard and then webhook settings section. So I'm going to click on this particular link and I'm already logged into the Stripe account. That is why it will take me directly to the webhook section. Okay, let me again copy it and going here, Stripe section, and this is the webhook section. Here you can see several other webhooks are also added. I'm going to click on this add endpoint button, but before I add this webhook URL, let me show you. I'm building up this connection just to show you how the connections can be made in between Stripe and MS Excel. That is why I have enabled this to test mode. Okay, and let's click on this button. Paste the same webhook URL which we have received via Pabbly Connect. It is optional. I'm leaving it and select the event. Which event? Well, the charge succeeded event. Okay, where it is, and you can see here is the charge succeeded. Click on add event and finally click on this add endpoint button and you will see the webhook URL will be saved here. This means that the Stripe is connected with Pabbly Connect. So what it is asking, let's check. Log into the application where you have added the webhook URL and do a test submission or record set that the data can be recorded here in the webhook response. So basically it is asking us to do our test submission, and here in Stripe the test submission means the test payment, so that when I will make a test payment, the details can be recorded here in the webhook response. Okay, so let's go back to the Stripe payment gateway. Okay, and here are the products, and let me open a particular product. This is the webinar on YouTube marketing. Okay, let me open the payment link, view payment link, copy, open it in a new tab, and from here I'm going to make just a dummy payment. Okay, so assume that a dummy user is making a payment. The email address is admin@pabblytuts.com. the name of the person is, let's say, dummy user only. Okay, asking for address. All right, let me add the address as well. Okay, I've added it. Let me correct it. Now it is asking for the city is the Bhopal. Okay, now pin code is any random again. All right, the state is Madhya Pradesh. Okay, and finally the number, just a random number. Okay, I have added number. Now it is asking for the payment details. Again, I'm going to add the test card. Okay, this is the detail of the test card, not the real payment. Add any random date and random CVV. Click on pay now. Now I will wait for this payment to be successful, and then I will be waiting. I'm going to check whether this particular response is getting captured in Pabbly Connect or not. Thank you for the payment. Going back and let's see whether the response is received or not. Yes, the response is received, and you can see the details are here. Let me show you the details one by one. You can see here is the city here, the state is here, and the pin code is here, email address, the name of the customer, every detail is here. Okay, so that means the first step of our integration is successful. Now I am going to add the same details to MS Excel as well. How? Choose the second application as Microsoft Excel, and here action event will be add row to worksheet. So I want to add a row to the worksheet so that the details can be added to that particular row, and I'm going to select the existing connection. You can choose select add a new connection, connect with Microsoft Excel, and provide your Outlook account in which you have created your worksheet. Okay, I'm going to choose select existing connection, click on save, and you will see I will be immediately connected with Microsoft Excel as well. Now first thing it is asking is the workbook. What are workbook? Well, I have created several files in my OneDrive account, you can see, and all of them are actually visible here in the drop down. I'm going to select which one. Well, I have created this particular workbook, payment details captured via Stripe. So I'm going to select the same payment details. Let me search for it directly. Okay, payment details captured via Stripe. Now it is asking for the worksheet. Well, I have just a single sheet here and it is already selected. Now column A, B, C, D, E. What are these? Well, you can see I have added 5 columns in my worksheet, and because this particular sheet is connected with Pabbly Connect, that is why the same column names are visible here. So basically we need to fill the data in the column from where we are going to map. We are going to fill this particular data here in these fields, but don't worry, we don't need to copy and paste it here. Okay, when you will click on this field, you will find the above data here in the drop down. You just need to find it. Okay, it is asking for the name, so this is the name. Okay, dummy user. Now it is asking for the customer email. Where is the email address? Let me search for it. Okay, all right, where's the email address? Here is the email address, admin@pabblytudes.com, asking for the amount. Let me again search for it. The amount is here. Okay, it has captured, it has actually ignored the decimal. Okay, that is why it is showing 2 extra 0. Okay, currency, again search for it. Okay, here's the currency, and now finally the amount. Well, I think I have added 2 field as amount. Let me cross check it. Yes, you can see amount. Don't worry, you can simply delete this particular column if you want and refresh, actually reconnect it and refresh it, and you will see this particular column will be removed from here. For now I am going to actually map the amount. Okay, so let me map it. Now let's click on this button, save and send test request, and wait for the response. So the response is received and it is clearly showing that the data has been added. Let's go back and let me refresh my worksheet. And you can see the data is added automatically to this particular sheet with the help of Pabbly Connect. So now onwards, whenever the payment will be received, a new payment is received, the payment details will be automatically added to Microsoft Excel, and this is how you can also create this automation. In case you want to clone this particular workflow, I am going to attach the shareable link of this particular workflow in my description box so that you can clone it into your account, that too for free. And lots of people ask me that do they really need to do this particular settings again and again? So let me tell you, once you have created this automation inside Pabbly Connect, you can simply close Pabbly Connect because the automation will work in backend. The Pabbly Connect will do its job in backend.
So in this video, we are going to learn how to create Mailchimp subscriber on receiving payment for specific product on Stripe. Now suppose guys, if you're using Stripe as an online payment gateway using which you are collecting payments for multiple products in your Stripe account, and you want that whenever the customer makes a payment for a specific product in your Stripe account, you want to add only those customers as a member, as a subscriber in Mailchimp. So let me tell you, you can actually automate this process. So in this automation, whenever a checkout session will be completed, whenever you will receive a complete payment on your Stripe account, automatically Pabbly Connect will get the details of those payments, and then we will check that whether the payment is made for that particular product for which we want to add the customers in Mailchimp. And after making that sure, automatically the details of that customer will be added as a member, as a subscriber in Mailchimp. So if you want to know how you can set up this automation, for that you just have to come with me to my screen.
So as you can see, here we are on Pabbly Connect's dashboard. Now to reach this dashboard, you will get a free sign-up link of Pabbly Connect in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can create your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes. And after reaching to this dashboard, just click on Create Workflow and give this workflow a name. For example, I would like to name my workflow as Stripe to Mailchimp. You can basically give any name of your choice and then just click on Create. Now when we click on Create, we will see a workflow will open in front of us. And in this workflow, you can see 2 different windows. First one is the trigger window and second one is the action window. So triggers and actions are basically those two concepts, those two principles on which this whole automation works on, where the trigger says when this happens and the action says do this. So let's begin with a trigger window. Now the idea here is, first we are going to connect our Stripe account with Pabbly Connect in the trigger window, so that every time we receive a new payment in our Stripe account, automatically the details of that payment will be received inside Pabbly Connect. Stripe will send those new payment details to Pabbly Connect and this automation workflow will trigger. It will start. After that, because we want to add the customer, we want to add the subscriber or create a contact in Mailchimp only for a specific product. So using Stripe, I'm collecting payments for multiple products for my business. Now I want that whenever a customer makes a payment for some specific product, I only want to add the customers of that product to be added in our Mailchimp account as a new subscriber. So we are going to add a filter condition in our automation workflow, using which we are going to set up a filter that the customer who are paying us for a specific product, who are paying on a specific payment page, only those customers will be added in Mailchimp. And after that, at last, we will send the details of the customer which we have received from Stripe to Mailchimp to add that customer in our Mailchimp account as a new subscriber, as a new contact. So let's see how it is done. It's a very simple process. We will start with our trigger window, and here in Choose App, we will search for Stripe. Select Stripe over here. After selecting Stripe, in Trigger Event from this drop-down, here you can see a list of different trigger events over here. Out of all of this, we are going to select the trigger event as Checkout Completed. Just select this trigger event over here. And after selecting a trigger event, Pabbly Connect gave us a webhook URL. Now using this webhook URL, we are going to connect our Stripe account with Pabbly Connect. Just copy this webhook URL from here, and to know how you can add this webhook URL in your Stripe account, you just have to follow the help text given below over here. So we will just copy this webhook URL and go to our Stripe account. Now here guys, while setting up this automation, I am in the test mode of your Stripe account. But you can basically follow this exact same process for your live mode, for the production mode of your Stripe account as well. After coming to the Stripe account, just go to the developers section, and after coming to the developers page, click on webhooks over here. Here you can see a list of all the webhook URLs which I have added in my Stripe account. Click on this add endpoint button, and then here in endpoint URL, we have to paste the exact same webhook URL which we have copied from Pabbly Connect. Just copy it from here and then paste it over here. After adding the endpoint URL, then we have to select the event, that for what particular event on happening or what event we want Stripe to send data to Pabbly Connect. So here in this help text, it is mentioned that we have to select checkout.session.completed, this event over here. So we'll go to Stripe, and here just click on this select events option. And here after this, from this drop down, go to checkout and select the event as checkout.session.completed. Just select this event over here. And then click on this add events button, and then click on add endpoint. And this is it. We have successfully added a webhook URL in our Stripe account, and we have selected the event as checkout.session.completed. So whenever a checkout session will be completed on our Stripe account, whenever we are going to receive a successful payment on our Stripe account, the details of that payment will be sent to Pabbly Connect, and we will get the response, we'll get the details in the trigger window, and then this automation workflow will trigger. So after connecting our Stripe account with Pabbly Connect, here you can see that it is showing us waiting for webhook response. This means Pabbly Connect is waiting to get the details, the response of a checkout being completed. So what we are going to do, we are going to make a test payment over here. So as you can see, we are in the test mode of our Stripe account. So we are going to make a test payment to capture the response, to get the details. I'll just go to the payment section and go to payment links. And here you can see a list of all the products for which I'm collecting payments from Stripe. From here guys, you have to select the product. You have to select the payment link for which you want to set up an automation workflow. So here guys, I have this product named as Spoken English, and I'm selecting this product over here. I want that all the customers who are making the payment on my Stripe account, on my Stripe payment page for this particular product, I want to only add those customers as subscribers, as contact in Mailchimp. So for whatever product you are setting up this automation, just copy the payment link of that product and paste it in a new tab. We have to open the payment page over here. And because as we discussed, Pabbly Connect is waiting for webhook response, we are going to make a test payment on this page. For example, let me enter the details of a dummy customer. For example, this is the email address of the customer. This is a dummy mobile number of this customer. Let's add a test card details. Now, because we are in the test mode, so we can make the payment using this test card over here. This is the name, and let's add the address as well. This is the address line 2. The city is, for example, Bhopal, the pin code is this, and the state is Madhya Pradesh. So just now on our payment page of the product for which we want to set up this automation, we are making a test payment. We have entered the details of the test customer, and let's just click on this pay button. When we click on pay, here you will see that this payment will be successfully received on our Stripe account within few seconds. And yes, here you can see that just now we have received a new payment on our Stripe account for this particular product of Spoken English, the product for which we want to set up this automation workflow. Now here guys, because we have connected our Stripe account with Pabbly Connect using the webhook URL, we will see in our Pabbly Connect workflow in this trigger window, we will receive some response. And yes, here you can see that we have received the response over here. And in this response, you can see the details of the exact same payment which we have just now made, the same test payment which we have made over here. So we will just scroll down and here you can see all the details. Here you can see a response named as data object payment link. And this is the payment link. This is the payment page for which we have received the payment, on which the customer has made the payment. So we are going to set up the filter condition on the basis of this particular response of payment link. We will discuss this in a couple of minutes, but we will scroll down further first and we will see the details of the payment. So yes, here you can see that the same mobile number which we have entered while making the payment on the Stripe payment page. Then here you can see the same name of the customer, the same email address, and also the same address which we have entered while making this payment over here. We will scroll down further and here you can see the total response of amount and all the other details. So here you can see that the connection of Stripe and Pabbly Connect is working perfectly fine. And using this connection, whenever we are going to receive a new payment on our Stripe account, the details of that payment will be captured inside Pabbly Connect. Now here guys, you will see the total amount, the response of total amount is showing us 2 lakhs over here, basically 200,000 over here. But we have made the payment of 2,000 rupees over here. So this is not a correct amount. Now while sending the responses, while sending the details of a new payment via webhook, Stripe does not support this decimal value. That's why while sending the data, it has eliminated this decimal and it has sent us the complete response of payment amount over here. That's why it is showing us 2 lakhs over here as the total amount. So what we have to do, if you want to use this payment amount, if you want to use this total amount of payment in your workflow, then you have to actually divide this complete response of total amount by 100. The dedicated video on this process is already live on the channel. So you can refer to that video to know how you can get the correct amount from here. But here guys, in this video, we won't be using the total amount over here. We have the details of the customer to whom we want to add as a contact, as a subscriber in Mailchimp. And we have also received the response of P-link over here. So this is basically the payment link over here on which we are going to capture the payment. So the step 1 of setting up this automation is completed. We have connected Stripe with Pabbly Connect and received the details of a new payment. Now let's move to step 2. In step 2, we want to set up a filter condition that the customer who are making us the payment for this specific product, only those customers should be added in our Mailchimp. Like if we receive the payment for this product of Spoken English, only in that case, this automation workflow should be executed further. And guys, we are going to add the filter condition on this response label as data object payment link. So here guys, in front of it, you can see we have received a response of P-link. This is a unique P-link. This is a unique payment link, which is different for each and every product. So here guys, we will just go to a Stripe account and we'll go to this payment links page. And Spoken English, this was the product for which we have received, for which payment link we have made the payment. So we will just open it, and after opening this over here, you can see in the URL section, you can see this P-link. This is the unique ID of payment link for this particular product. And here guys, in our Stripe account, we will see this is a different payment link. This is a unique payment link for each and every product in our Stripe account. So here guys, whenever we are going to receive the payment for this particular product named as Spoken English, for which we want to set up an automation workflow, we will get this response of P-link over here inside Pabbly Connect. So we are going to add a filter condition for this response, that if we get this P-link, this payment link of this particular product, this unique payment link of this product in response of data object payment link, only in that case, we are going to continue this automation workflow further, and only in that case, we are going to add the subscriber in Mailchimp. Instead of this, if we get any other P-link, if we get the product link or payment link of any other product in this response, in that case, this automation workflow will not be continued further. So we are going to add the filter condition on this response of payment link over here. So to add the filter, just scroll down, come to our action window, and here in Choose App, select Filter by Pabbly over here. Just select Filter. After selecting Filter by Pabbly and select Label, from this drop down, you have to select the label as Data Object Payment Link. So here in this drop down, you will see a list of all the responses which we have received from Stripe of a new payment. So out of all of these responses, select this response of Data Object Payment Link. Select this label over here. And filter type will be equals to. So in the drop down, you can see a list of different filter types, out of which we will select equals to over here. Now after this, here it is asking us for the value, that what is the value of this filter condition. So here guys, in value section, we have to enter the P-link, the payment link of our payment page. So here, as I told you in Stripe, when we open this payment link, in the URL section, you can see this payment link, this P-link of this particular payment page. Either you can copy this P-link of the product for which you are setting up this automation from here and then paste it over here. Or what you can do, while capturing the response, we have also received the payment link, the P-link for the same payment page on which we made the payment. So here in this P-link section, in this payment link response, you will get the response of the payment link on which we receive the payment. So we are adding the filter condition, like if we get the payment on this payment link, like for example, the payment link of this product for which we are setting up the automation, only in that case, this automation workflow should be continued further. After adding the value, after adding the payment link, just click on Save and Send Test Request. And when we click on Save and Send Test Request, here you can see that it is showing us a response that the condition is true. Now this is because we have captured the payment response. We have captured this trigger response for this Spoken English payment page. And then here guys, you can see that in filter as well, we have added the P-link for the same page over here. That's why it is showing us the condition is true. After adding this filter condition, let's send the details of the customer to Mailchimp and add that customer as a subscriber in our Mailchimp account. For this, we will just scroll down and click on this Add Action Step button over here. After this, here in Choose App, search for Mailchimp. Just select it. After selecting Mailchimp, in Action Event from this drop-down, select the action event as Add New Member with Custom Field. Then just click on Connect and select Add New Connection over here. Now here guys, we have to connect our Mailchimp account with Pabbly Connect. And to make this connection, we have to enter the API token and the data center of a Mailchimp account. Now here you must be thinking how you can get this API token and the data center of your Mailchimp account. So to get the data center, just log into your Mailchimp account, and here in the URL section, before .admin, you can see this data center. So US6 is the data center of my Mailchimp account. Just copy this data center name from here and then just paste it over here. Then after this, it is asking us for the API token. And to get the API token, just go to your Mailchimp account. On the right top corner, click on this Profiles button and go to Profile over here. After coming to this Profiles page, here in the top side, just click on this Extras option, and from this drop down, click on API key. After clicking on API key, here you can see a list of all the API keys which we have created in our Mailchimp account. To create a new key, just scroll down, click on this Create New Key button, and then give this key a name. For example, I would like to name my key as Pabbly Connect. And then just click on this Generate Key button. And yes, here you can see that just now we have generated a new API key in our Mailchimp account. Just copy this API key from here, go to Pabbly Connect and paste it over here. And after pasting this, just click on Save. Now when we click on Save, here you can see that our Pabbly Connect account gets connected with our Mailchimp account over here. So Mailchimp and Pabbly Connect gets connected. After making this connection, the first thing it asks us is to choose the audience list. That in our Mailchimp account, in which particular audience list we want to add this subscriber, we want to add this contact over here, the customer who made the payment. So here in this dropdown, you can see only one audience list named as Pabbly Connect. Because right now in my Mailchimp account, I have created only one audience list named as Pabbly Connect. If you have created multiple lists, you will get a list of all the audience lists from our Mailchimp account. And you can select the list that in which list you want to add this new member, this new subscriber. After audience list, it is asking us for the email address. That what is the email address of this new contact, of this new subscriber. So we have received the email address of the customer who made the payment in Stripe responses. So here in Stripe, we have received the details of the customer who made the payment, the details which they have entered on the payment page. And in those details, we also have received the email address. So what we have to do, we have to actually map this response of email address from Stripe responses to this field of email address in Mailchimp step. And guys, the process of mapping is very simple. Simply click on this field, and here in this drop down, you can see a list of all the responses of a new payment which we have received from Stripe inside Pabbly Connect. And out of all of these responses, select the response of email address. This is a response of email address. Just select it and map it over here. So whatever email address the customer is going to enter while making the payment on our Stripe payment page while purchasing the product, the same email address will be received inside Pabbly Connect, and with the same email address, the customer will be added as a member, as a subscriber in our Mailchimp account. After email address, here it is asking us for the tag, that if you want, you can add some tag to this subscriber, this member as well. Right now, I don't want to add any tag to these subscribers, so you can just ignore these fields as well. But if you want, you can add multiple tags as well. By adding some comma separated values, you can add some tags over here as well. Then it is asking us for the select the status of the subscriber. And here in the drop down, you can see a list of different status options over here. So we want the status of these new subscribers to be subscribed over here. So we have selected this over here. Then it is asking us interested groups. So do you want to enter some kind of interested groups over here? That do you want to add this subscriber in some kind of interested group in your Mailchimp account or not? So if you want, you can enter the group ID over here. But this field of interest is not mandatory, not required. So you can ignore this field for now. Then it is asking us for the first name, last name and mobile number of this user, of the subscriber. So we have received the name and the email address response from our Stripe payment page. And here in this response, you can see this response of the full name of the user, and here you can see the mobile number. Now here guys, in the response from Stripe, you can see the full name of the user, demo user. But here in Mailchimp, it is asking us for the separate response of first name and last name over here. So what we have to do, we have to basically split this full name into two parts of first name and last name. We have to separate the first name and last name from this full name response. And to make this happen, we will be using another feature of Pabbly Connect that is called text formatter. So using text formatter, we are going to split this full name into two parts of first name and last name. So let's see how it is done. Just scroll down, and after our filter step and before our Mailchimp step, just click on this add action step button over here. After clicking on add action step, here in choose app, search for text formatter. Just select text formatter by Pabbly. After selecting this, in action event from this drop down, select the action event as split text. And then just click on connect. Now when we click on connect, the first thing it asks us is text to split. That what is the text, what is the response to which we want to split over here. So we want to split the response of the full name of the user, full name of the customer, which we have received from Stripe. So we have to actually map this response of full name in this field of text to split. So as you all know, the process of mapping is very simple. Simply click on this field, and here in this drop down, you can see a list of all the responses which you have received from Stripe. And out of all of these responses, select this response of full name and map it over here. After mapping the full name, the next thing it asks us is the separator. That what is the separator, on what basis we want to split this text. So we want to split this text before and after this space. We want to separate the first name before the space and last name after the space over here. So to enter space as a separator, we have to enter this tag over here. In double curly braces, we have to write space to use space as the separator as it is written in the help text. Then in segment index from this drop down, select all and just click on save and send test request. After clicking on save and send test request, here you can see that we have received the response. And in this response, you can see the separate response of first name and last name over here. We have successfully separated the first name and last name of the user which we have received as the full name from Stripe over here. Now after separating this, you can map these two responses, these two different responses in these two different fields of first name, last name in Mailchimp. So let's map this data. We will just click on this field, but now in the drop down, you can't see any option, you can't see any data to map. This is because we have added a new step, some new data before this Mailchimp step. That's why first we have to reconnect our Mailchimp account. Just click on this connected button, select the existing connection which we have just now made and click on save. And after reconnecting our Mailchimp account, you can see when we will click on this field of first name, now you can see a list of all the steps which we have performed earlier. You can see the data from previous step. And out of all of this, from the responses of text formatter, select the response of first name and map it over here. And follow the same process for last name as well. Just click here and map the last name too. After mapping the last name and first name, let's map the mobile number from the Stripe responses. Just click here and from the drop down, select the response of mobile number. And after mapping all of these details, just click on save and send test request. Now when we click on save and send test request, here you can see that we have received some response. And this response seems to be a positive response to us. This response shows that the details of the user which we have mapped over here, basically the customer who made the payment on our Stripe payment page for this particular product, this customer is now added as a subscriber in our Mailchimp account. So let's check it. We will go to our Mailchimp account and we'll go to all contacts over here. And yes, here you can see that just now demo user, the same person, the same customer is now added as a new subscriber, as a new contact in our Mailchimp account. Here you can see the same name, demo user, the same mobile number which they have entered while making the payment on our Stripe payment page. And also you can see the same email address. This means the automation workflow which we have created in this video, this automation is working perfectly fine. And using this automation, whenever we are going to receive a new payment on our Stripe payment page, on a specific Stripe payment page or for a specific product in our Stripe account, automatically the customer who made the payment will be added as a subscriber in our Mailchimp account, as a contact in our Mailchimp account. Now here guys, after setting up this automation, let's test this automation workflow once. We'll just go back to a Stripe payment page, the checkout page which we have created for this specific product for which we are setting up this automation that was spoken English, for example. And let's enter the details of a new user over here and let's make another test payment. This is the mobile number, this is the email address, and this is the test card details to make the test payment as we are in the test mode of Stripe. This is the name of the person, test user. We'll enter the address as this is the address. And state is Maharashtra. So after entering these details of another test customer, just click on pay. So we have received a new payment for this particular product. And after this guys, we will see because we have created this automation workflow, the same customer who made the payment will be added as a subscriber, as a contact in Mailchimp. So we'll just go to Mailchimp and refresh this audience page, this contacts page once. And yes guys, here you can see that test user, the same person with whose details we have just now made the payment on our Stripe payment page for the specific product, the same person with the same details is now added as a new contact in our Mailchimp account. This means the automation workflow which we have created in this video is working perfectly fine. And using this automation, whenever we are going to receive the payment for a specific product in our Stripe account, for the product whose payment link we have entered in this filter value, automatically the customer who made the payment for that specific product will be added as a contact, as a subscriber in Mailchimp. And in this video, we have added the customer to Mailchimp, but instead of Mailchimp, you can also add this same customer, this same person to any other application of your choice too. So not just these applications, you can connect plenty of other applications with Pabbly Connect. And guys, one more important thing. You will find the clone link of this exact same workflow in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can actually clone this same workflow into your own Pabbly Connect account. And also guys, Pabbly Connect offers you a free plan. And in this plan, you will get some free tasks every month into your own Pabbly Connect account. So if you want to try and test this automation, you can do it for absolutely free.
Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll be showing you an automation technique to streamline your payment management process with Stripe. So specifically, I'm going to show you how you can export the data of disputed payments from Stripe to Microsoft Excel automatically. So with the help of this automation, you do not have to manually check on daily basis which payments are under the disputed category, and you don't have to store the data manually. So it will save a lot of your time and you can focus on other works too. And guys, we are going to set up this automation without any coding super simply. So let's begin. To set up the workflow, we are using Pabbly Connect, which is an integration and automation tool. And this is the landing page of Pabbly Connect. And I'm going to paste the link of this page in the description so that you can sign up for free from here and you will get free automation tasks every month. So sign up right now and then sign in and select Pabbly Connect product and you will reach the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. From here guys, you have to click on this create workflow button. Here you can give a suitable name to this workflow. So let me give a name here. So I have given this name here. And now I am clicking on create button and you can see the workflow page is loading up here. And on this page, you will find these two modules, the basic building blocks of our automation, the trigger and the actions. So guys, trigger is that event which is going to start this workflow, and the action would be an automated response of the trigger. Here in our use case guys, getting a payment in disputed category and Stripe is going to trigger this workflow. Okay. So here the trigger application would be Stripe. So search for Stripe here. Then select it. Then select the trigger event as new dispute. Here is new dispute option selected. Alright, and it will give you this webhook URL. So with the help of this, we are going to create a connection with Stripe application, and after that we are going to capture the response of the connection. Okay, so let's follow these instructions. Here is my Stripe application. Okay, these are the payment links I am using, and I am under test mode right now to set up this automation. Okay, here guys, you will find the developers option on the top right corner. Under developers page, you will find this webhooks tab right here. Click on webhooks, and here you have to click on this add endpoint button to add or create a new endpoint on which the data of disputed payments is going to be sent. Okay, so here it will ask for providing an endpoint URL. So here we have this webhook URL that is going to act as an endpoint URL for Stripe. So just click on copy here. Okay, and now go back to Stripe and paste the URL here in this endpoint field. Then scroll down. Here you can provide a small description if you want. Here it is asking listen to events on your account or connected account. So you can select the connected accounts as well. Right now I am using my account only. Here it will show you the version, and here it will ask to select the event on which you want to send the data from Stripe to your workflow. So here when you click on select events, you will find these options. From here you have to click on this charge option. Under charge section, you will find all these options available, and here you will find this charge.dispute.created. So here this is going to occur whenever a customer disputes a charge with their bank. Okay, so charge disputes can be of any type, like the payment hasn't been sent, or the product hasn't been received, or any fraudulent type of transaction. Okay, those are called disputed charges. So check this box, charge.dispute.created, then click on add endpoints. All right, then click on add endpoint now. Right, so here you can see the endpoint is created and it is waiting for the events. Here also you can see it's waiting for the webhooks response. This means now we have to perform a test submission. Test submission means now I'm going to open one of my payment link and I'm going to create a test payment manually using some test card details. Okay, and that payment will be, that disputed payment will be captured here in the response section. So guys, I am here again on Stripe account, and here are the payment links I have created, and I'm going to open one of my payment link. Let's say this one for this mobile phone product. Okay, and here I'm going to open it in a new tab. Okay, and we are under test mode, and here let's create a test mode payment. Okay, so here you can fill in the details of any dummy customer. So I'm adding the email address and the phone number, and here it is asking for the card information. So guys, here you have to use the test card details. So when you open the log of Stripe, there you can see the card numbers that you can use when you want to create a disputed transaction. To simulate a disputed transaction, you can use these card details. These are the test details. So here guys, you can see when if you want to simulate a fraudulent transaction, we can use this card. If you want that when the product not received dispute category, this number is for product not received disputed category. You can read it here, dispute categories. Okay, this is inquiry kind of dispute category. Okay, you can read some card initiates a preliminary phase before creating a formal dispute chargeback. Okay, you can read about it. I'm just going to use this fraudulent type of card. Okay, so I'm just copying this card number, and here I'm pasting it under the card information, and here let me just add some other details, which are the these things. These are not original things, these are just for creating a test payment. Okay, right, so you can fill in the address details also, and now click on pay button, and this payment will be captured, but it will be captured under the disputed category, the fraudulent dispute. Okay, here you can see it's showing thank you for the payment, but here you can see in your response, here we got this response. Okay, we have captured the response, and here you can see the reason of this object reason is showing fraudulent. Okay, the object type is dispute. Okay, and this is how the disputed data of a payment will be captured. Okay, this is this test data of a disputed payment. So here you can see these are the customer details, these are the address details we have received. Here you can see the transactional amounts we have received. Okay, and here you can read the description, chargeback withdrawal for this customer. Okay, this means the charge that you have received is going to bounce back also. This is kind of dispute it is. Right, now guys, after getting the data, you want to save the data here in this Excel sheet I have created for saving the Stripe disputes. Okay, so here I want to save the details, and to do that, if in the actions tab, just search for Excel. Okay, select it, then select the action event as add row to worksheet, then click on connect button. From here select add new connection, then click on connect with Microsoft Excel. Okay, so it will ask you to log in if you are not logged in, but I have already logged in my Microsoft account, in which I have saved the Excel sheet in OneDrive. Okay, so I'm going to select that account, and then it will ask you to provide some additional access to your account. So just click on yes from here. That is completely safe, and your Microsoft will be connected here. You can see the authorization is successful. So we are now connected here, and when you scroll down, you will find this workbook option. Here it will show you the list of all the workbooks you have. From here you can just search for your workbook's name. So my workbook's name is Stripe Disputes. So let me search for it. Stripe Disputes is here. Select it. Then it will ask for the worksheet's name. So I have only one sheet named as sheet 1. So it will be auto populated. Okay, here you can see sheet 1, and here it is showing up these fields, the column A, column B, C, D. These are the headers I have inside my Excel sheet. The dispute type, customer name, email address, and transaction description. These are the same things we have here. Now to send this data here, we need to map the values of these things here in these fields. So I'm going to use the test data to map the labels I have received here, and from the first step to second step. Okay, so here in the dispute type, when you click on this field, the previous step will appear in the drop down, and when you click on it, you will see the data right here. So from here you can just map the labels you have received. So here you can see in this dispute type, I am going to map this data object reason label. Here it is showing fraudulent. So this is a type of dispute. I am mapping it here. For the customer name, you can just search for the name labels. Okay. Here you can see the name, just map it here. Right. Similarly, you can find the email address label also here. This is the email address, map it. The transaction description, find the description label. Okay, so here is the transaction description. Just map it. Right, now all this information will be sent here if I'm going to click on save and send test request button. Okay, so the test data will be added here inside a new row. Right, so let's check our connection. I'm clicking on save and send test request button. So this is the response we got, guys. Let's check our Excel sheet if we got the data, and here you can see we have received a new row here with the fraudulent type dispute. The customer's name is dummy, this is the email address, and this is the transaction description. So this is how it is going to work. So we are done setting up this automation, and you have to set up it only once. After that, it will work automatically. Whenever you are going to get a new dispute, that is going to trigger the workflow, and you will get the disputed payments data here inside your Excel sheet automatically. And I'm going to paste the link of this workflow in the description as well, so that you can clone this workflow in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation instantly.
So in this video, we are going to learn how to send Stripe payment notifications to team members on Telegram. Now suppose guys, if you're using Stripe as an online payment gateway to collect payments from your customer, this automation is going to help you a lot. So using this automation, whenever we are going to capture a new payment in our Stripe account, whenever we are going to receive a new payment from a customer, automatically the details of that received payment will be sent as a message on our Telegram group or Telegram channel. In this way, you can automate the process of updating your team members for the new payments which we have received. Now, if you want to know how you can set up this automation, for that, you just have to come with me to my screen.
So as you can see, here we are on Pabbly Connect's dashboard. Now to reach this dashboard, you will get a free sign-up link of Pabbly Connect in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can create your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes. And after reaching to this dashboard, just click on Create Workflow and give this workflow a name. For example, I would like to name my workflow as Stripe to Telegram. And then just click on Create. Now you can see that our workflow is open over here. And in this workflow, we have 2 different windows. First one is the trigger window and second one is the action window. So triggers and actions are basically those 2 concepts, those 2 principles on which this whole automation works on, where the trigger says when this happens and the action says do this. So let's begin with our trigger window. Now the idea here is, first we have to connect our Stripe account with Pabbly Connect in the trigger window, so that every time a new payment is captured, we receive a new payment on Stripe, the details of that payment will be received inside Pabbly Connect. And after that, using this Pabbly Connect's automation, we are going to send those new payment details as a message on our Telegram group or Telegram channel to update our team members as well. So let's see how it is done. Now here in our trigger window, in Choose Apps, search for Stripe. Just select it. And then in trigger event from this drop down, select the trigger event as New Charge, because we want that whenever a new payment is charged in Stripe, the details of that payment should be received inside Pabbly Connect. After selecting our trigger event, Pabbly Connect gave us a webhook URL. And using this webhook URL, we are going to connect our Stripe account with Pabbly Connect and capture the new payment details. Now you must be thinking how you can add this webhook URL in your Stripe account. So to do this, you just have to follow the help text given below over here. Just copy this webhook URL from here and go to your Stripe account. Right now, I'm in the test mode of my Stripe account, but if you are in the production mode as well, if you have a live Stripe account, the process is basically the same. So here in our Stripe account, just go to this developer section and under developer section, go to webhooks. Now here at webhooks page, click on this add an endpoint button. And then here in endpoint URL, we have to paste the exact same webhook URL which Pabbly Connect gave us. Just copy this webhook URL from here and in Stripe, just paste it over here. After pasting this webhook URL, you can add a description to this webhook as well. And then here we will come to this select event section. Just click on this select event and here you will see a list of different events over here. So here the help text says that we have to select the event as charge.succeeded. So here from Stripe, we'll go to your charge section and then here we are going to select charge.succeeded as this event. In this way, we are telling Stripe that whenever a new charge is succeeded or a new payment is successfully captured in our Stripe account, the details of that payment should be sent to this webhook URL, which means to Pabbly Connect. So after selecting our event, just click on add event over here and click on add endpoint. And this is it. We have successfully added this webhook URL in our Stripe account. Now every time we receive a new payment in Stripe, the details of that same payment will be received inside Pabbly Connect as well. So here guys, you can see that in Pabbly Connect, it is showing us waiting for webhook response. This means Pabbly Connect is waiting to get some response of a new charge, of a new payment from Stripe. So let's do this. We are going to make a test payment in our Stripe account. We will go to Stripe, we'll go to this payment section and payment links. So I'm just going to make a test payment for one of my product. I have this payment page for PHP course for beginners. I'll just copy the link of this payment page and paste it in a new tab. After pasting this payment link here, you can see that this is the payment page which I have created. Now here guys, I'm just going to enter the details of a dummy customer over here. The email address, this is a dummy mobile number. And then this is the full name of the customer, demo user. Let's add a test card details. So here, these are the test card details. It's not an actual live card details. Name on card, once again, demo user. And then let's add the address as well. Old Street. So this is the complete detail, some dummy details of an order or of a customer which is going to make the payment. So just now we have entered these details. Now just click on this pay button over here. And yes, here you can see that just now this test payment is made successfully, which means we have just now received a new payment on our Stripe account on this particular payment page. And because we have connected our Stripe account with Pabbly Connect using the webhook URL, we will see as we receive this payment in Stripe, instantly within seconds, the details of the exact same payment will be received inside Pabbly Connect as well. And yes, here in our trigger response, you can see that we have received some response. And this response type is charge.succeeded, which means this is the response of a successful payment. We will scroll down to these responses and you will see a list of all the payment details which we have just now made. So here, when we will scroll down to this response, you will see the details of the customer like you can see over here. This is the name of the same customer which we have added while making the payment. You can see the same email address, same address over here which they have entered while making this payment over here. So in this way, you can see all the details of a payment which we made on Stripe is now received inside Pabbly Connect over here. Now the step 1 of setting up this automation is completed. We have successfully received the new payment details from Stripe inside Pabbly Connect. Now after this, let's move to step 2. And in step 2, we want to basically send these new payment details to our Telegram channel or Telegram group as a message so that we can update our team members over there. So we will just scroll down, come to our action window, and here in choose app, we will search for Telegram. Just select Telegram bot over here. After selecting Telegram bot, in action event from this drop down, select the action event as send a text message or reply. Then just click on connect and select add new connection over here. Now here guys, we have to connect our Telegram bot account with Pabbly Connect. So to send messages on our Telegram group using this automation, first we have to create a bot in our Telegram account. And then we have to actually connect that bot with Pabbly Connect, and we have to also add that bot into our Telegram group or Telegram channel on which we want to send the messages and promote that bot to admin. And after that, using that bot and this Pabbly Connect's automation, we can send messages on our Telegram group or Telegram channel. Now here, to make the connection, to connect our Telegram bot, we have to enter the API token of the bot over here. So let's start with creating a new bot in our Telegram account. Here you can see that I have logged into Telegram web, my Telegram account, and here in search section, we have to search for bot father over here. Just search for bot father with this official tick over here. Just click on it, click on the start button and enter /new bot. After sending /new bot, bot father is asking us to give this bot a name. For example, I would like to name my bot as Stripe Payment Bot. So this is the name of the bot which I want to give. Then it is asking us to give this bot a username, and the username must enter with bot or underscore bot. So I will be using the same name over here. Then let me add some number, and then at last we are going to add underscore bot over here. So this will be the unique username for this particular bot which we are creating. Let's send it. And yes, here you can see that using bot father, we have just now created a new bot in our Telegram account. By clicking on this chat link, here you can see that the chat of this particular bot is open. Click on this start button and this bot is active now. And here, after creating the bot, in this message, you can see the API token of this bot. So we have to basically connect this bot which we have created with Pabbly Connect over here. And to make the connection, we had to enter the API token. So you can copy this API token from this bot father's message from here and then paste it over here. After pasting the API token, just click on save. And when we click on save, we will see the bot which we have just now created in our Telegram account will get connected with Pabbly Connect. And now using this bot, we can send messages on our Telegram group or Telegram channel. But before doing that, we also have to add this bot in our Telegram group and promote this bot to admin. So let me start creating a new group over here. I'll just create a new group and add this bot over here, Stripe Payment Bot. Let's move ahead. Let me give this group a name, for example, Stripe Payment Updates. This is the name of this Telegram group. Let's move ahead. If you want, you can add other members as well in this Telegram group. Now, after adding this bot in our Telegram group, we have to promote this bot to admin of this group as well. We have to give the admin role over here. And you can give the admin role to this bot only with Telegram's mobile application or desktop application. So using my Telegram mobile application, I'm just going to promote this bot to admin, and it is done. Just now, using my Telegram mobile application, I have promoted this bot as the admin of this Telegram group. Now, using this bot and Pabbly Connect's connection, we can send messages on our Telegram group. Now, after this, we'll get back to Pabbly Connect, and here we have connected our Telegram bot in this action step. Now, after connecting it, the first thing it asks us is the chat ID. That what is the chat ID? What is the chat ID of the group or Telegram channel on which we want to send the messages? So here, to get the chat ID, just go to Telegram web and open the group or the channel on which you want to send the messages. After opening it, here in the URL section, you can see the chat ID of your Telegram group or Telegram channel. You just have to copy this chat ID after hash, just copy it from here, and then just paste it over here. So this is the chat ID of the Telegram group on which we want to send the payment details or the message which we want. After entering the chat ID, it is asking us for the message, that what is the message that we want to send. So I want my message to be, hello team. So this is the kind of message which I want to send on my Telegram channel or Telegram group whenever a new payment is received in Stripe. I want to mention the name of the customer, the email address of the customer, their address, and the amount for which the customer made the payment in this message. So here guys, you can see that we have received all of these details over here. So here in this trigger response which we have received from Stripe, we have received all the details of the payment, like the name of the customer, their email address, their address, and also we have received their payment details like the amount of the payment as well. But here you will notice in this response of amount, you can see we made a payment of 4,999 rupees over here. But here in Pabbly Connect, you can see we have received 2 extra zeros over here. Here the amount is showing us 4,99,900. Now this is because while sending the data, Stripe actually does not support the decimal value. So that is why it has sent us the complete amount without the decimal. That is why we can see 2 extra zeros over here. So what we can do, we can actually divide this complete amount by 100 to get the exact number. So we will be using a feature, a module of Pabbly Connect that is called number formatter, using which we are going to divide this complete value of amount by 100 and remove these 2 extra zeros. And to use it, just scroll down and before this Telegram bot step, just click on this Add Action Step button over here. And then here in Choose App, search for number formatter. After selecting number formatter by Pabbly, in action event from this drop-down, select the action event as Perform Math Operation and click on Connect. After clicking on Connect, the first thing it asks us is the number. That what is the number with which we want to perform the math operation. So we want to perform a math operation on this response of amount. So from this trigger responses of amount, we have to actually map this response of amount over here in this field of number. And guys, the process of mapping is very simple. Simply click on this field and here in this drop down, you can see a list of all the responses which we have received from Stripe of a new payment being captured. And out of all of these responses, select this response of amount and it will be mapped. Then after this, just add a comma and then we want to divide this number by 100. So I will be entering 100 over here. After entering this in operations from the drop down, select divide and click on save and send test request. So by adding commas, you can enter as many numbers as you want. So here we have added that we want to divide this number by 100 and we have selected the operation as divide. And here you can see that we have received the correct amount of 4,999. So in this way, we have corrected the amount of the payment as well. Now here in our Telegram message section, we wanted to add all of these details. But when we click on this field, here you can see that in this dropdown, you can't see any data to map. This is because we have added a new step, a new data before this Telegram bot step. So what we have to do, we just have to reconnect our Telegram account over here. Just click on this connected button, select the existing connection which we have just now made and click on save. After clicking on save, once again we'll come to this message section and all the details of the payment which we have received from Stripe, we are going to one by one map all of these details. And the process of mapping stays the same. We will just click on this field text message and here in front of customer name, we wanted to mention the name of the customer. So we'll just click here and from the Stripe responses, we will select the name of the customer, the response for the name of the customer and map it over here. So here is the name, just select it and it will be mapped. Then after that, just come to email and in front of email, we wanted to map the email address of the customer. So from this drop down, we are going to map it. Here it is, the map response of email and map it. Then we have to map the address. So from Stripe responses, first we are going to map all the address details one by one. Like let's start with the address line 1, then add a comma. And after that, we are going to map the address line 2 and all the other details too. So address line 2, then let's map the city. The city was Bhopal. So let's map the response of Bhopal. So in this way, all the details of the payment which you have received from Stripe, you can one by one map all of these details over here in this message section. In this message, I'm just entering some basic details like the customer name, email address and amount. But if you want, you can add all the other details as well. So at last, let's add the zip code as well. So last response is postal code. So in this way, we have mapped the complete address as well. And at last, we have the amount. So here using number formatter, we have received the correct amount. So from number formatter responses, we are going to map the response of amount. I'm going to add the value over here, rupees 4,999. So whatever amount we are going to receive the payment in Stripe, for the same amount, we are going to send the message on our Telegram group. So after creating a message and mapping all the required data according to your requirement, let's move ahead and it is asking us message thread ID and reply to message ID. So using this action, you can also reply to some existing messages. So if you want, you can enter the message thread ID and reply to message ID over here. But right now, using this automation, we just want to send some fresh messages whenever a new payment is captured in Stripe. So you can ignore these two fields. Then it is asking us disable notification, disable web page preview, allow sending without reply, protect content, and pass mode. So all of these fields are not mandatory, so you can ignore them. And here in pass mode, in this dropdown, you have two options. Either you can send an HTML based message or a markdown based message. So I will be selecting HTML over here. After this, it is asking us button labels and button URLs. So if you want, you can send some kind of buttons, a quick reply button or URL buttons with this message as well. You just have to enter the name of the button in comma separate values over here and button URLs over here. That what is the URL you want to add for that particular button. And after mapping all of these details and selecting a required option according to your choice, just click on Save and Send Test Request. After clicking on Save and Send Test Request, here you can see that we have received some response. And this response seems to be a positive response to us. This response shows that the message body which we have created over here with all the details of a payment which we have received on Stripe, this message is now sent on our Telegram group. So let's check it. We will go to our Telegram group. And yes guys, here you can see that on the same Telegram group in which we have added our bot which we have connected with Pabbly Connect, on the same group, a new message is sent, which says, "Hello team, we have received a new payment on Stripe. Customer name demo user. This is the email address, this is the address of the customer, and we have the amount of this payment as well." So in this way, you can see that all the details of the payment which we have received on Stripe, we have received a message notification on our Telegram channel as we have received this payment on Stripe with all the payment details. So this means the automation workflow which we have created in this video is working perfectly fine. So using this automation, whenever a new payment will be captured in our Stripe account, automatically the details of that payment will be sent as a message on our Telegram group. Now after setting up this automation, let's test this automation workflow once. We will go to Stripe and we are going to just make another test payment over here. And this time we are going to change the customer details. For example, the customer email is this time, test@pabblitudes.com. Another dummy mobile number over here. Then let's the full name will be test user, the test card details. Once again, the person's name and the address as well. So new address will be this. City is Mumbai, for example. Pin code is this. And state is Maharashtra. And click on pay over here. So just now we have entered another details of a test user, of a test customer, and we made another test payment. And we will see as this payment is received on our Stripe account, instantly within seconds, a message with the same payment details will be sent on our Telegram group. And yes, here you can see that on our Telegram group, this bot which we have created has sent a message which says, "Hello team, we have received a new payment on Stripe. Customer name, test user," the same customer name which we have entered while making the payment. Here you can see the same email address, the same address which they have entered, and also the amount. This means guys, the automation workflow which we have created using Pabbly Connect in this video, this automation is working perfectly fine. So not just these applications, you can connect plenty of other applications with Pabbly Connect. And guys, one more important thing. You will find the clone link of this exact same workflow in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can clone this same workflow into your own Pabbly Connect account and use this automation workflow for free. Also, let me tell you, Pabbly Connect offers you a free plan. And in this plan, you will get some free tasks every month into your own Pabbly Connect account. So if you want to try and test this automation, you can do it for absolutely free.
Hey everyone, in this video we'll dive into the power of automated emails and how they can help you express your gratitude towards your valued customers. So guys, showing gratitude and appreciation to your customers is really important to build a strong relationship with them and improve your retention. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can set up an automation to send automated thank you emails on receiving payments from your customers. So if you're using Stripe, this video is for you. Here you can integrate Stripe with an email service provider like Gmail in an automation workflow, and you do not have to send the emails manually. So if you have 100 or even 1000 of customers, you can save a ton of your time and manual hassle with the help of this automation, and you can set up it without any coding very easily. So let's begin. To set up our automation, we are using Pabbly Connect, which is an integration and automation tool. And this is the landing page of Pabbly Connect. And you can find the link of this page in the description as well. From here, you can sign up for free and you will get free automation tasks every month. So sign up right now. And after that, sign in and select Pabbly Connect product and you will reach the dashboard. And from here, click on this create workflow button. Here you can give a suitable name to your workflow and then click on create button. So I have given the name here like this. Now I'm clicking on create button and you can see the workflow page is loading up here. And on this page, you will find these two modules, which are the basic building blocks of our automation, the trigger and the action. So trigger is that event which starts the workflow and the action is the automated consequence or the response of the trigger. In our use case, guys, receiving a payment via Stripe is going to trigger the workflow. Okay, and the action would be to send a thank you email to that customer. So here in the trigger, it will ask to choose your trigger application. In our case, Stripe is our trigger application. So search for Stripe here. Okay, here it is, select it. Then you have to select the trigger event on which we want to run this workflow. So the trigger event would be new charge. So it is going to trigger when someone's credit card is charged. Okay, select it. And it will provide you this webhook URL. With the help of this, we can create a connection with Stripe. And after that, we can capture the response of the connection. So you can read the instructions written here to create this connection. Let me show you directly. This is my Stripe application, guys. Okay. And I'm under the test mode. Here, guys, you can see we have this developers option available. Click on it. And under developers, you will find this webhooks tab. Click on webhooks. Here you can add a webhook endpoint to create a connection. So just click on this add endpoint button. Here it will ask for the endpoint URL where you want to send the data. So this is the URL on which we want to receive the data. So click on copy here and paste the webhook URL here. Sorry, not here, here in this endpoint URL field. And you can provide a description to this webhook connection if you want. Okay. And here it is asking listen to events on your account or connected account. So I want to listen, that means to trigger the workflow on my account's event. Okay. And then you have to select the event as well on which you want to trigger the workflow. Okay. Or send the data. So that event would be capturing a payment. So here you can read in the instructions, you need to select charge.succeeded as the event. Okay. So here you can see we have this select event tab. Click on it. Here you will find all these options. Here you will find the charge section as well. Open it. And here you have to check this charge.succeeded box. Check this box. Then click on add events. Okay. Right. And then click on add endpoint. And a new endpoint will be created like this. Okay. So here you can see it is showing waiting for events and here it is showing waiting for the webhooks response. This means when this charge.succeeded event is going to happen in Stripe, the data will be captured here in the response. Okay. So guys, I have so many payment links created for different products or services. And this is a payment link I have created. Let me just show you. So this is a payment link I have created for a cell phone. Okay. And we are under test mode, you can see. So here guys, I'm going to manually create a test payment. Okay. To set up the automation. Okay. This is not an original payment. So let me just fill in some test details or demo details here for any test customer. And here I'm adding the test card details. This is not an original card. And here, let me just add a sample address as well. Okay. Right. So we have filled in all the informations. Okay. And here I'm going to click on pay button and the test payment will be successful in a few moments. You can see it's processing. All right. So it started showing thank you for your payment. Okay. Let's see in our workflow if we got the data, and here the data is already received. You can see the type is charge.succeeded, the event is this, and here you can see status is succeeded. And now when you scroll down, you will see the card details. All right, here you can see these are the card details. The name of the customer is also received, the address and the email is also received, okay, and the amount also got captured. But here you can see the amount has 2 extra zeros present here. I have done the payment of 10,000 INR, Indian National Rupees, and here we have 2 zeros after this decimal point. So it didn't capture the decimal point here, and it's showing the 2 extra zeros. So we are going to amend this value, the amount value. I'm going to amend this using a feature of Pabbly Connect, which is called number formatter. So in the actions tab, before sending an email, let's do this. Just select number formatter option here in the action event, in the action application, and the action event would be perform math operation. Okay, then click on connect button, and now you can perform mathematical operations by providing on these numbers that you can provide here in this field. So guys, first number is this one, the amount number. Okay, so I'm going to map this amount label here in the field. So to map the label, you just have to click here, and the previous step will appear in the drop down, and when you click on it, you can find the data right here, and from here you can just search for the amount label and map it. Okay, and another number I'm going to put here is going to be 100 after a comma. You can see in the example you have to provide comma separated values. So let me just put a comma and provide 100 manually. Okay, so the things that you map here are updated every time the workflow executes. The things that you put manually will remain the same. So every time the workflow is going to trigger, this means you are going to receive a new payment. It will be automatically changed here, and it will be divided by 100 if it's needed. Okay, because we are going to get 2 extra zeros every time, so it is necessary here. Now select the operation as divide. Okay, then click on save and send test request button. All right, now here you can see we got the corrected amount in the result label. Okay, now guys, we can send a thank you email. For that to happen automatically, click here on this plus icon, and from the sections tab, connect with Gmail. Okay, so here I have selected Gmail, and the action event would be send email. Click on connect button. From here you choose add new connection option, then click on connect with Gmail, and from this window I'm going to choose that Gmail account by which I want to send those emails. Okay, so select the relevant account. Then you have to provide some additional access to your Google account. Just click on continue from here, and in a spur of a moment we'll be connected. You can see we are connected now, and here it is asking for the recipient's email address. So our recipient will be our customer. So we have received the data of the customer here in the trigger step. This is the email of the customer. So I'm going to map this email label here in this field. So let's click here from the first tab, map the email label. Okay, so when you scroll down here you will find it. So leave CC or BCC blank. We don't want to put anyone here. Email subject, so you can provide a relevant subject. So I'm giving the subject here as thank you for your payment. Okay, or you can put the subject as payment received as well. Okay, here select the content type. I'm selecting plain content type, and here you can type the email that you want to send to your customer. So let me type a standard email here. So guys, I have typed this email. You can see, hello, thank you for your purchase. I just wanted to let you know that we have received the payment of INR dash for your order. It will be processed, and if there is anything you need help, feel free to contact us. And this is a simple email I have written. You can customize your emails according to your need. And here after hello, I want to address the person to whom we are sending the email. So I'm going to map the name of the person here after hello. So you just have to put your cursor here and the previous steps will appear. So from the trigger step, you can see the name of the customers in the card details section. Here you can see. So just map the name label, okay, like this. And here I'm going to provide the amount received also after INR, and I'm going to provide the amount from the second step where we have corrected the amount. So map the amount from the second step, okay. So these are the two things I want to map. If you want to map some other things, you can feel free and map it. And this is the map data is going to be updated. So every time you're going to receive new payments, new data will be placed in the email and it will be sent. Now guys, let me show you how the email is going to look like in real time. I'm just going to put my email address here in this recipient fields to show you the demo. And after that, I'm going to click on save and send test request to check if it's working, if the email is going to deliver, okay. So guys, let's suppose this is the email inbox of my customer, okay. Now let's check the connection. I'm clicking on save and send test request button here. Alright, so this is the response we got, and here we have received a new email in the inbox as well. Like, we have received this email, and here you can see the subject, thank you for a payment, and you can see the mail, hello, thank you for your purchase, just wanted to let you know that we have received the payment of INR 10,000. It will be processed and will be updated if it's shipped. And this is the same email guys that I have written here, you can see, and in place of the labels, the data is placed here correctly, okay. So this is how it is going to work guys. So we are done setting up this automation, and you have to set up it only once. After that, it will work automatically whenever you are going to receive payments. And I'm going to paste the link of this workflow in the description so that you can clone this workflow in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation instantly. Welcome everyone. In this video, you will learn how you can manage your financial transactions via Stripe and Wave integration. Guys, Stripe is a popular payment gateway by which you can receive and send online payments, and Wave is a brilliant accounting software. Guys, if you have a business, you know how important it is to keep the track of all your financial transactions. So in this video, I am going to show you how you can integrate Stripe payment gateway with Wave software so that whenever you receive a payment via Stripe, the transaction details will be saved in Wave accounting software automatically so that you do not have to do it manually and you can focus on other important things related to your business. So this automation is going to save an immense amount of your time and manual efforts. And you can set up this automation without any coding very simply. So let's begin. To set up this automation, we are using Pabbly Connect, which is an integration and automation tool. And this is the landing page of Pabbly Connect. From here, guys, you can sign up for free and you will get free automation tasks every month to test and set up your automations. So you can just sign up right now from the link given in the description. And after that, you can sign in and reach the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. And from here, guys, this is the dashboard. From here, you just have to click on this create workflow button. Here you can give a name to your workflows, and after that click on create button and your workflow page will load up. So I have given the name here. Now let me click on create and you can see the workflow page is loading up. Alright, and here you will find these two modules, the trigger and the action. These are the basic building blocks of our automation. So when you connect any application in trigger, a trigger event is going to start the workflow and the action would be an automated response or the consequence of the trigger. Okay. So guys, here I have created the workflow for this automation. You can see this is the workflow I have created. I have connected Stripe in the trigger with the trigger event as new charge. That means any new payment coming in via Stripe. Okay. After that, in the action step, I have connected Stripe again with retrieve a customer by ID as the action event. Because when you get a payment in Stripe in the trigger, it will receive the payment details, but it will not show you the customer details here in this response section. Okay, I'll show you how you can capture the data. first of all, let us understand the workflow here, okay, the logic of the workflow. So in the second step, I connected Stripe again and retrieved the data of the customer by using customer ID, okay. After that, guys, in the third step, I have connected with Wave and I have used get customer by email action event, okay. So we have used this action event to see if the customer is already present in Wave or not, okay. The customer who have sent us the payment is already present in Wave application or not, okay. So if the customer is present, it will give you in the response a customer's node ID, okay. After that, in the last step, I have used router feature by Pabbly. What router will do, router is going to create conditional paths, okay, conditional routes for different kind of actions that you want to perform. So here, guys, we have two conditions. First condition is that the customer is already present in Wave, and the second condition is it is a completely new customer whose data is not there in Wave, okay. So I have created two conditional paths here or routes. First is for when the customer exists, okay. So by clicking on set filter and action steps, you can create this condition. So here you can see we have many action steps. Here you can apply this condition that the customer is already exist and you will just create a transaction in Wave. And in this route, you will apply the condition that the customer doesn't exist. Here you will create a customer first, okay, then you will create a transaction. Now let me show you how we can set up this whole workflow. So here in the trigger, just search for Stripe, okay, then select the trigger event as new charge, okay. Here it will provide you the webhook URL. So with the help of this, we are going to create a connection with Stripe by following these steps written here. So you can just read the steps. I'm going to show you directly how we can use this URL. So guys, this is my Stripe application and these are the payment links and I'm under the test mode right now, okay. So we are in the test mode for setting up this automation, okay. So here you will find the developers option on the top right corner. Click on it. And here you will find the webhooks option right here. Click on webhooks and under webhooks page, click on add endpoint button, okay. And here it will show you the endpoint URL field. Here, guys, you have to paste this URL that you got in your workflow, okay, here. So just copy this URL from the trigger, paste it here in this field, okay. Then it will ask listen to all the events on your account, select this option and here it will show you this select events. So here you have to define on which event you want to send the data from Stripe to your workflow. So I want that whenever we get a new charge submitted or payment received, then it should trigger. So click on this select events option and here you will find all the events related to Stripe's working. Here you will find this charge option. Under charge, you will find these events. Here you have to select charge.succeeded option. Check this charge.succeeded box and then click on add events, okay, and then click on add endpoint. Right, that's how we can create a connection. So we are now connected with Stripe and here you can see as we have copied the webhook URL here, it started showing waiting for the webhook's response. This means now we can perform a test submission. Test submission means now we can bring the record or the details of any transaction or any payment from Stripe to here in this workflow. Just like this, you can see in already created workflow like this, okay. Now to bring the data, I am going to manually create a test payment. For that, you can open any payment link that you have. And you can open this link. Let me just select this spoken English notes link and I'm going to open it here in a new tab and let me just create a test payment. We are under test mode, so let me just fill the test details. Okay, these are the test details I am using. These are not original details. Okay, right. and here I'm clicking on pay, and you can see the payment is processing, the test payment. Alright, and you can see it started showing thank you for your payment. Now let me show you in my workflow. Here you can see we have received the response. Okay, charge.succeeded is the event. Here you can see we have received an ID here, the request ID, and here you can see when you scroll down you will find the card details. Okay, and you can see payment is complete, and here you can see the details related to the customer as well, and here you can see the details related to customer is also captured here, name and email. Okay, and the amount captured is also here, but in the amount you can see we have received these 2 extra zeros. Okay, because it doesn't capture the decimal point here. Here you can see the decimal point, it doesn't capture here, so it is showing the 2 extra zeros. So we can correct these things afterwards using some features of Pabbly Connect. Now guys, we have received the customer details. So what we are going to do here, we are going to see if this customer is present in our Wave accounting software or not. So here in the action step, connect with Wave, and in the action event, select this option, get customer by email. Okay, then click on connect button. From here select add new connection, then click on connect with Wave, and it will bring you to the login window of Wave if you are not logged in, but I have already logged in, so it will just ask me to connect and provide the access to Wave. Okay, so you can just provide the access to your Wave account. Okay, these are all the accesses you can see in detail. Then click on allow access, and you will be connected in a few moments. Alright, so we are now connected, and here it is asking for the business name. So this is my business name in Wave. Here it is asking for the customer's email. So we have received the email here in the trigger step. You can see the customer's email is here. Now I'm going to map the email label here in this field. Okay, so you just have to click here, and the previous step will appear here in the drop down, and when you click on it you will find all the data right here. So from here guys, you can map the email by clicking on it like this. Okay, then click on save and send test request button, and you will see the response like this. So if the customer is present in Wave, it will show you this customer edge node ID label, in which you will find this kind of ID if the customer is present. If the customer is not present, it won't show you the details of the customer or the node ID here. Okay, so these are the 2 conditions. Now it is time to apply the router feature. Just click here on this plus icon, and here select router. Here are the 2 routes it is given us. You can add more routes as well. Right now 2 is sufficient. Here click on set filter and action steps in the first route, and here guys, I'm going to ensure the first condition, that means the customer exists, by using this filter option. So here in the filter you can see it is showing select the label, select the filter type, and put a value here. So guys, here when you click, it will show you the previous steps. From here you can map any label from the previous 2 steps. So from the second Wave step, I am going to map this label. You can see the customer node ID label. Okay, here you can see the node ID label, and here in the filter type I am going to select exist option. Here you can see exist. Okay, now click on save and send test request button to check this condition. Alright, and here you can see it is showing success, this condition is true. Okay, so when this condition matches true, what we want to just add the transaction details. So just click here on this plus icon, and before adding the transaction details, what we are going to do here, you can see we have these details here. In the transaction details, we are going to add the amount of the transaction as well, and here you can see the amount is, sorry, not here, you can see the amount has 2 extra zeros. So I'm going to correct this, and also I am going to add the date of transaction as well. Okay, for that guys, just come to this first route and here click on the plus icon, and here in this action step I am going to search number formatter feature of Pabbly Connect. With the help of number formatter, you can perform some operations on numbers. So select the action event as perform math operation. Okay, to perform mathematical operation, then click on connect button. Here it is asking for the numbers on which you want to perform mathematical operations. So just click here, and from the first step, map the amount that you have received. Here you will find the amount. Okay, and what I want to do here, I want to remove the 2 extra zeros, so I'm going to divide this amount by 100. So put a comma here, then put 100. Okay, then select the operation as divide. Okay, then click on save and send test request, and you will get the corrected amount like this in the result table. Okay, now guys, we got the corrected amount. Now it is time to fetch the date of transaction. So just click here on this plus icon, and in the action step, search for date time formatter feature. Okay, date time formatter, and use the action event as current date. So current date is going to retrieve the current date, that means the date of execution of the trigger. Okay, that means when the date on which you are receiving the payment. So click on connect here, and here you can select the dates format. So this is the basic format I'm using. I do not want to include any time in the response, so I'm selecting this false, and click on save and send test request button, and here you can see we got the date. Now click here on this plus icon, and it is time to add the transaction details in Wave. Search for Wave, and then select the action event as create transactions, and click on connect button. Now guys, we have already connected with Wave in the previous step, and the connection that you make here are saved in your account. So if you want to make the connections again with the same applications, you can use the save connections. For that, keep this existing connection option selected, and then click on save one more time, and the previous connection will be connected again. Alright, so we are now connected, and here started showing these fields. First field is for the business name, so it is auto populated, no need to do anything. External ID. So guys, here you have to provide a unique ID for each and every of your transactions, so that you cannot put the copy, or it is just to prevent the duplicate transactions inside Wave. Okay, so every transaction is unique, so you have to provide unique IDs to every transaction. Okay, so that you can prevent the duplication. For that guys, I am going to use the data that I have received in the trigger. So when you click here, the previous steps will appear here. So from this trigger step, I am going to map this request ID as the external ID for the transactions, because with every new payment you will get a unique request ID. Use this request ID as the external ID here. Then in the date, just map the date from the last step. From the date time formatter, map the date. For the description, use the details you have received in the trigger. Here you will find the description as payment complete. Just map this message label here. If you want to provide any note, you can put notes here. Select the anchor account as your account in Wave. Okay, the name of your account in Wave. Transaction amount, map it from the number formatter step where we have the corrected amount. Okay, transaction direction is deposit, not withdrawal, so select it deposit. Categorization account, here you can select categorization as sales. Okay, then here it is asking for the customer ID. So guys, we are going to map the customer ID from the previous step, so just toggle this map button to on and erase this field, and from the Wave option where we have search for the customer, we have received this customer node ID, just map it here. Okay, so it is asking for the line item amount again, so here you can map the amount again from the same number formatter. Okay, line item direction, increase is equivalent to debit, so select increase option here. For the description, you can provide a description. Right now I'm leaving all these things blank. You can use all the fields. Okay, we have just mapped the required things. Now you can click on save and send test request button, and a new transaction will be added inside Wave. And this is how the response will appear. You can see it is showing succeed value 1. Okay, that means the transaction is recorded. Let us check in Wave if we got this transaction recorded. So this is my Wave's transaction page. Let me just refresh this page. All right, and here you can see, guys, on this date the payment is complete and the account is Magnet Brains, the category is sales, and the amount is 2000. This is the same thing. This is the same transaction that we are talking about here, that we have added here inside this step. Okay, that's how you can record the transaction. And now it is time to create our second route. So guys, the second route will be similar to the first route. So what we are going to do here, we are going to just clone the first route. So just click on the 3 dots and then click on clone, and then click on clone one more time, and this is how the steps will be cloned. So let me rename the routes here by clicking on rename here, so that you can understand properly what the routes are about. So guys, I have renamed these 2 routes as customer exist, customer not exist. The third route is of no use now, so let me just delete it. Okay, now you just have to change one thing here in this second route. Just click on set filter and action steps, and here guys, in the filter you just have to change the filter type as from exist to does not exist. So this means whenever this ID that you have received here in the second wave step does not exist, what we want, first of all, we are going to check the condition that the condition is false. That means the customer exists. So when the customer does not exist, we are going to create a customer first, then we are going to save the transaction. Okay, so here you have to add one more step, which is create a customer. Okay, so just click here on this plus icon, and another action step will open up here. From here, select wave option, and in the action event, select create a customer, click on connect button. From here, keep this existing options, click on save. Okay, then it will show you the business name. Here you have to map the details of the customer or business name from the first step. Okay, so we do not, if you have the business name, you can map the business name. If you have the customer's name, normally you will have the customer's name only, so you can map that. Okay, so here you can see. So guys, we have mapped the required things here to create a new customer. Okay, now come here and click on save and send test request button. Okay, and you will get this kind of response, and here you will receive a new customer ID label. Okay, so you have to map this new customer ID label here in this last wave step. Okay, so what you have to do, just refresh this connection, just click on connected one more time, and then click on save again, and the connection will be refreshed with wave. All right, and after that, when you scroll down, you will find all the data mapped already, but you have to change one thing. Here you will find the line item customer ID field. Toggle this map button to on, erase this, and from the last step, here you can see from this last wave step, map this customer, create customer ID. Okay, like this. All right, and then you just have to save this step. Okay, and your automation setup will be completed. All right, so just scroll down and click on save button. Okay, and then close this. Okay, so we are done setting up this automation, and you have to set up it only once. After that, you do not have to do anything manually. In real time, whenever you are going to receive any payment from Stripe, this workflow is going to trigger, and the transaction details will be saved in your Wave application automatically. and I'm going to paste the link of this workflow in the description so that you can clone this workflow in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation instantly. Guys, if you want to connect with our support team, you can email us at support@pabbly.com. You can ask and discuss your queries on our forum via this link, and you can check the pricing plans of Pabbly Connect via pabbly.com/connect #pricing. And guys, if you like our videos, do not forget to like, share and subscribe. Thank you so much.